All right, we're going to get started. Today is Tuesday, June 20th, 2023. This is the City Council's regular meeting. Welcome, everyone. I am giving you this notice that members of the City Council and to the general public that at this regular meeting, the City Council may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public, for legal advice and discussion with the city's attorneys on any item listed on the following agenda. Can we have roll call?
Mayor Daggett.
Here.
Vice Mayor Aslan.
Present.
Councilmember Harris.
Here.
Councilmember House.
Here.
Councilmember Matthews.
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet.
Here. Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I would. If you're able, please stand.
Councilmember Sweet, the mission statement.
Thank you, Mayor. The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you. Councilmember Harris, the land acknowledgement.
It would be my pleasure. The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by native descendants, border mountains, sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home.
Thank you. All right, item 4A is approval of minutes from previous meetings. Do any council members have any questions or concerns about any of the minutes? On a motion? Councilmember McCarthy, would you like to make a motion?
I would, Mayor. Thank you. I would like to approve all of the minutes listed on the agenda under item 4A.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Moving down to item number 5, public participation. This is the public's opportunity to address the council about an item that is not on tonight's agenda. Comments relating to items that are on the agenda will be taken at the time that that item is discussed. If you wish to address the council at tonight's meeting, please complete a comment card, which you can find in the back of the room, and submit it to the recording clerk as soon as possible. Your name will be called when it is your turn to speak. And you may address the council up to 3 times throughout the meeting, including comments made during public participation. And you will have 3 minutes to speak, and there is a timer here that you can see. So first up, we have Sean Newell.
Thank you all. Good afternoon. You know that I'm Sean Newell now. Thank you. I'm one of 43 property owners whose property extends to the center of Spruce Wash between Linda Vista and Cedar. This wash drains the museum fire scar, and I've been communicating with the stormwater management team by email since the last public meeting when I first learned about the proposed work to deepen and harden the channel behind my house. And responses from the city have been respectful and timely, and I'm very grateful for that. However, the decision-making process about this design remains opaque. It's a black box to me, and I haven't gotten answers to specific questions about the process or how the team is evaluating alternatives, and I'm concerned that the clock will run out and contracts will be signed before we have a chance to get this information and have some input. So some of us are considering selling and moving from the neighborhood. The impacts could be that significant, and this hits us literally right at home. So I shared a sheet with you sort of summarizing the details about our concerns and our questions, but I'll just do it quickly here. The wash is currently in natural channel, and it's functioning well and has been functioning well during the floods. It's in a utility easement that crosses our properties. The wash adds significant value to our properties, including economic value, as is. Many mature ponderosa pines and other native species are growing within the easement. the channel design will determine which of these trees have to be taken and how much water these trees will be able to access in the future. If it's deeper, the water table drops and so on. The Linda Vista culvert is the pinch point where the flood flows currently overflow the road, go towards Safeway and then down Grandview Drive and then into Sunnyside. The wash has sufficient capacity, and even more so at this time, to handle the flows through the existing culvert under Linda Vista. And as I said, it's in pretty good shape. Increasing the size of the Linda Vista culvert, which is on the table, would require this deepening of the natural channel and hardening to prevent scouring and deterioration in that channel. But even with a proposed larger culvert, that would be a box culvert, there will be street flow down Grandview. And Grandview Drive will be upgraded soon to take care of some of that. They're going to do a convex design, as you know. And also Grandview Drive residents, many of us have said, great, let's just harden the front where it's already disturbed, let the water flow down there. So block walls, driveway gates, and curbs is mitigation for us in Sunnyside. But we have questions, and I've laid them out in the document, like what street flow will we get under the different scenarios? What are the cost benefits of the different scenarios, channel versus street hardening, and when will these design decisions be made? So I'll be reaching out to Mr. Clifton to see if we can meet to get a little forward motion on this. I wanted the council to be aware. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Tewksbury-Bloom.
Hello, Council. Thank you for hearing my comments. My name is Sharon Tewksbury-Bloom. I am a resident of Grandview Drive, near where Sean lives, and so my property also backs up to the Spruce Avenue wash, and I was affected by the museum fire flooding. And I wanted to say that, first of all, I really appreciate and am grateful for the work of the Council, as well as the work of city staff on making a priority of the flood mitigation. It's meant so much to us for everything that you've done. So we don't come from a place of wanting to complain or raise issues. All we want to do is work together on solutions. And we feel like this particular small aspect of the flood mitigation deserves a chance to have a deeper dive and a little bit of a look. And what I'd like to make sure is happening is that we're looking at the real data and the real evidence on the ground. As Sean mentioned, the current channel, the natural channel that's there, it has had very little erosion and has seen very little damage from the existing flooding, partly because all the flooding is going on to Grandview Drive. So we have a lot of questions about what are the changes that are anticipated? What is this channel expected to see with the widening of the culvert? And is it really going to be necessary to harden the channel to be able to take on those impacts? Or could we keep it as a natural channel? As I understand it, there's been a lot of great progress that's happened because of the mitigation work that's already been done. And so what we're talking about now are more rare and less likely large flood events which could create issues in that channel. But this is a permanent change to a habitat and to a natural channel that can never be undone. So if we're going to make such a significant change to an area which has large mature trees, which has lots of different populations of different species of animals and birds that are living there, we want to make sure that we're really doing something that's solving a real problem and isn't just sort of a leftover project from when we were throwing everything at flood mitigation, which, again, I appreciate. But let's take a pause, let's just take a breath and see, is this still necessary? Is it still the best use of funds? And is it still a place that's going to have the impact that we're looking for the amount of money and work that's going to have to go into it? Because obviously the city of Flagstaff has a lot that needs to happen with flood mitigation. And this may be one area where it's just no longer a big enough issue to have to put that into it and do that kind of destructive approach that doesn't, like I said, you can never get back. So thank you so much for listening to our comments, and we just hope to increase this dialogue.
Thank you, Sharon. Nate Spangler.
My name is Nate. I'm a student at FALA. For Flagstaff's 2030 net zero goal to be achievable, new developments that contribute to our quickening sprawl need to be sustainable. They need to be consistent with our carbon neutrality plan, and they need to be consistent with our regional plan. And they need to be actually held to that standard of consistency. By approving the really significant development by NIH, without a carbon footprint or even an actual certification for the LEED standards that they've apparently agreed to, you've not only demonstrated a sort of disturbing disregard for the planet and by extension my future and the future of my peers, you've also created a precedent that's going to severely undermine the actions of the leaders I hope will follow you. Your position is challenging and difficult, and you do have a lot of responsibility, and the decisions you are making are challenging decisions to make, but that is exactly why you need to stop treating carbon neutrality as an afterthought. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dawn Tucker? Just one speaker at a time, Dawn.
I wish. He'll definitely have something to say. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you all for your time and all your hard work on behalf of the city. I just have a quick accessibility issue and then 2 points on projects you're currently considering. First, I think that City Hall should please install a baby changing table in at least one of the bathrooms here, preferably both a male and female bathroom, but one would be a good improvement over none. Second, I know that you're reconsidering the pickleball courts at Bushmaster Park. I would just like to ask that you please make the environmental impact a weighty part of your reconsideration. We are in a declared climate crisis. The 3 previous speakers all spoke on climate issues, which I thought was interesting. And there are surely ways to use this park's money that would improve, not further deteriorate our environment, like beginning work on the reconstruction of the Indigenous Culture Center, Orchard, and Gardens at the Thorpe Park Annex. There are environmentally appropriate locations for pickleball also, like club-owned courts in empty mall storefronts. In such a place, pickleball can be played year-round and with no noise concerns. On the topic of noise, my family was driven from our beloved home by the subwoofers at the mayor. A noise ordinance was considered, and businesses bullied the city away from it. Now, the commission you created is similarly bullying the single resident appointed to it. At this point, the only concession being considered for residents is not having to have police physically enter their home to file a complaint. It's not enough. Please check back in on this issue and consider a plan based on something that is working in a similarly artistically thriving downtown. Thank you so much for your patience. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Dawn. Audria Smith.
Council, thanks for this opportunity. I found it compelling to respond to a handful of the comments made last week by pickleball players. In response to empirical data, the train noise versus pickleball noise argument that has been brought up a couple of times. Yes, more than 100 trains do pass through Flagstaff every day. In 2005, the Federal Railway Administration modified safety standards at train crossings, implementing quiet zones and the use of wayside horns. In place of the standard loud 110 plus decibel horns sounded at every train crossing, beginning from approximately a quarter of a mile from each crossing, which would pretty much cover the entire track, a quarter mile to the east of Fanning, all the way through Steve's intersection, located exactly south of Bushmaster Park, where some of us live. Within 5 years, more than 180 towns had implemented these new federal standards. There are now just less than 1,000 cities participating. Flagstaff did so in March 2nd, 2010. You might know, the community residents in the city of Flagstaff clamored and studied this noise issue for years. In the end, wayside horns were installed at Fanning and Steves, while the west side crossings became quiet zones. The reduction in noise levels at the east side crossings dropped significantly from 90 and 110 plus decibels to at up to 1,500 feet, down to these levels trickling in below 250 feet. Basically, the trains are now background noise as opposed to a freight train cutting straight through your house, leaving all your out-of-town friends to choose to sleep in a hotel far from the tracks rather than stay in your guest room. In other words, this was one noise problem that caused significant stress levels in mental health for the populations of towns from coast to coast, including Flagstaff, and we solved it. Other empirical data. Please refer to pickleball sound expert and pickleball enthusiast Bob Unitek and the list of references that Connie refers to in her comments. One commenter talked of how he built his own pickleball court in Phoenix with the blessing of the city of Phoenix against the pushback of his neighbors. He says he hears the same sob stories verbatim from Bushmaster neighbors. Well, that would take some pickleballs, some entitlement, and wealth. My brief understanding of cost to build is from $15 to $40 a square foot, making the average cost of a private court at $45,000. So now he wants to push his way in on the backs of low to middle income residents at Bushmaster using his entitlement ticket here. Anomaly, passing phase, a small group of freaks hell-bent on raising Cain. This is pickleball, not an impending hazmat site. Calm down. These were comments from another pickleball player. One of these words has been used by me, anomaly, and I used it in reference to the exponential growth pickleball has seen with the 8.9 million players estimated last year to 36.5 million players in 2023, compounded with the voracious needs for courts, compounding this with the bizarre noise levels it incurs. Again, refer to the data we have found and shared with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Audrea. Connie Folsom.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. It is becoming an accepted standard by cities and HOAs across the country that pickleball courts should not be located closer than 600 feet from the nearest residence. There is no location in Bushmaster Park that meets that criteria. The proposed 8 new pickleball dedicated courts would be less than 150 feet from my home and the homes of my neighbors. There are many lawsuits in progress in the valley and across the country over pickleball noise. Homeowners are no longer moving aside and allowing pickleball to ruin their neighborhoods without pushing back. We have reams of materials to support our position on the issue of pickleball noise, and I will be providing you with a list of recent news articles in that regard. For now, I'd like to read the source and headline of several of these news reports, and to start, I'd like to quote from one in particular, an article as recent as last June 9th on NPR. As quoted from pickleball noise expert Bob Unitek, retired engineer and Carnegie Mellon University professor, quote, "You can't take pop, pop, pop for 12 hours a day, every day, and remain sane. Pickleball sound exists right in that most sensitive range. An interesting thing that I learned along the way is that garbage truck backup beepers are right in the same pitch of pickleball. Why did they pick that sound for beepers? Because it's the most annoying frequency," unquote. Here are a few headlines from news sources in Arizona and across the country. AZ Family last February, rise of pickleball pitting neighbor against neighbor. KY3 last February, pickleball brings noise complaints and lawsuits to Phoenix. KOIN last January, Oswego, Oregon shuts down city pickleball courts due to noise complaints. Realty Biz News last March, noisy pickleball courts cause upset with homeowners. National Association of Realtors last March, homeowners growing ire, pickleball. CTV News last May, Ottawa pickleball courts shut down after noise complaints. KPIC last September, pickleball frenzy comes with noise complaints and lawsuits. There are dozens more. The list goes on, and I will be providing you with a more comprehensive list by email so that you can access each article online. Please take the time prior to formal review of the matter to educate yourselves fully to better understand why Bushmaster Park is not the right place for pickleball courts. Thank you.
Thank you. Jill Stevenson.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. As we've heard from several people addressing the problem here, pollution in any form is something we are trying to lower. The climate crisis is the most important issue of our time, affecting every living thing. Scientists are urgently telling us we need to act now. We appreciate the flood and fire mitigation that the city and the county have been doing. But every decision that the council makes should be based on the regional plan goal of net zero carbon emissions by 2030. Each new development proposal should be required to meet this goal. The city should be transitioning its vehicle fleet to electric as rapidly as possible. Bicycling and walking, as well as using public transportation, should be continually encouraged in whatever ways possible. Every individual homeowner trying to make his home more energy efficient should be encouraged in whatever way city regulations allow. The council should be setting an example for the state of Arizona and the nation as a city governing body genuinely concerned with the current and future welfare of its city and area residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Janie Helgeson.
Hi, Council. I actually am coming from the YMCA. I'm the membership director there at the YMCA. We have a few camps going on that I wanted to help get the word about there for families and teens and kiddos. The first camp we have going on is our Teen Enrichment Summer Camp. The summer camp has a different activity that will help teens out either through like sports or through arts and crafts or video games. It goes through their hobbies. Each week a different activity will be hosted, and this goes through the rest of June and July. The activities are from volleyball to video games, basketball, muscle conditioning, tumbling, rock wall, arts and crafts, and powerlifting. And they're for ages 12 through 17, and the camp is completely free. It runs 5 hours a day, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., Monday through Friday. Each week will be something separate that you'll just have to register your teen for. The next thing we have would be Parents' Night Out. We do a Parents' Night Out once a month for ages 3 through 12. For if parents need a little getaway from the kiddos and the kids need someone to watch, we do a 3-hour watch once a month, and that is free for all members and $25 for non-members. And our last one is our Dancing Grannies. So for anyone over 50 who has a fondness for tap or dance, our Dancing Grannies is looking for more members to join for them. They have meetings 2 times a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays, 1 to 3 p.m., and it's completely free to join. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Walter.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to talk to you about your options for where you can put pickleball that would be more appropriate than Bushmaster Park. Thorpe Park is a very good option. It's actually called Thorpe Sports Park because it's for sports, among many other things. There's baseball and softball there predominantly. Another good option is Continental Sports Park. There's baseball and softball there as well. In the May 2022 Parks and Recreation Commission meeting, they talked about putting pickleball courts, as many as 20, in Thorpe Park and in Continental Park. They also mentioned Bushmaster Park. They talked about the parking that's available at Thorpe Park, the restrooms that are available there as well. And they talked about the Continental Sports Park, There's a lot of parking there as well. There's a lot of undeveloped land there, as well as at Thorpe Park. And if you go ahead with the vote to put the pickleball courts into Bushmaster Park, you will just be ruining the park. It's not set up for that. It's a community park. It's a small community park. The range for a community park is 20 acres to 40 acres, and Bushmaster Park is 20 acres. So if more pickleball goes in there, it will just become a crowded, noisy sports park, which is not what it was meant to be. Right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and we have online commenters.
Yes, Mayor, we have one commenter tonight, Kathleen Day. Kathleen, you can go ahead and address Mayor and Council.
Yes, hello. Thank you, Council, for hosting this. I am reading a letter from Annalisa Smith, and this is her letter. I have concerns that the City of Flagstaff is choosing the smallest community park to build additional courts for what pickle players describe as the fastest growing sport in the country. If pickleball is the fastest growing sport, why are additional courts being built in the smallest community park, which Bushmaster Park is only 20 acres instead of a regional park or larger park? I've heard the pickleball players mock the real concerns of the surrounding community of traffic, parking, noise, and strain on the current facilities that serve a diverse set of community members. I've heard that some of these pickleball players feel 8 public pickleball courts in a public park will be similar to their experience of a private backyard court at their home in Phoenix or courts managed by an HOA in Chandler. These issues of private courts as compared to public, or relating continual noise from pickleball courts in near proximity to residents to train noises, are just not the same as discussing of building extra courts in a small community park. While they would like to mock community members who bear the real concerns of these courts year-round, I'm unclear what kind of research the city has done to further investigate these concerns on additional courts and how they concluded that Bushmaster Park is the best location and not just the most convenient. I understand why the city wants to resurface current courts and why they want to maintain the already existing and established assets in the park. Currently, Bushmaster Park has a really lovely, equitable balance of basketball, tennis, pickleball, green space, walking tracks, skate park, dog park, playground, community grills, and ramadas, horseshoe, and sand volleyball. I'm unclear why there's a need for such a small community park to carry the burden of the fastest growing sport in an inequitable space prescribed to only pickleball. It seems short-sighted and unsustainable. I understand the city has a goal to improve the quality of life for residents, and I'd like to know how additional pickleball courts improve the quality of life for all community members, not just those who engage in pickleball. I would like to ask the city to take these concerns with gravity and look at the impact of additional courts. I appreciate the council's prudence in carrying these decisions and taking concerns of residents seriously and making well thought out decisions, not fulfilling hasty demands. And while I live far enough from the park that I could never hear the pickleball games, I could never ignore the real concerns of those who will be most impacted. I'm not sure how this is a negotiation, considering not all community members have been given a voice or all have a benefit. Thank you. And that's from Annalisa Smith.
Thank you. And that is our last commenter. So I'm going to move down to item number 6A, June work anniversaries.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Shannon Anderson, one of your deputy city managers. Just pulling up the presentation here so I can share with you all the great anniversaries we're celebrating this month. So we'll start with our 5-year anniversaries. First is Ronnie. He's one of our building inspectors in community development. We then have Lloyd, who is another building inspector, also in community development. Our next 5-year anniversary is Corinne Smith. She works in water services, and you see her here with one of the awards that they received for their work in City Works. Nancy Thomas, who's one of our senior customer service representatives. She wishes to not have a picture, so we're just going to recognize her name and her position and congratulate her on her 5 years. Our next is Genevieve. She is now a sustainability analyst working in that division. Maureen McCauley, she's one of our temporary library specialists working for our library group within Economic Vitality. David Crockett, he is celebrating 10 years, and he works in our streets operations as part of Public Works. Tamara Lawless, she is our Water Services Program Manager. Her focus is water conservation. So this is her at one of the events to educate on our conservation program and some of the things that are available to our community members. Moving on to 15 years, we have Dorothy Hernandez. She's one of our recreation leaders within our pros division. We have Gerald Snow, who's also one of our recreation leaders. I think this is a great picture of Jared if you've ever met him. Jared Nishimito is a court IS coordinator. He works both for our municipal courthouse as well as our county courthouses and information systems. I worked with him quite a bit when he was on EAC. He's a great gentleman. It's fun to work with him. So this moves us into our 25 years and plus category. Our first is Genevieve Eddy. She works for our Flagstaff Municipal Court and joined them in 1998. So again, celebrating her 25th year. Through the years, she's promoted into her current position as Court Judicial Specialist 3. And over the last 25 years, she's gained an abundance of knowledge in the Court Services Department. She does a great job in managing their motions and calendars and leading the Court Judicial Specialists. The court is very appreciative of her hard work and thank her for her 25 years of dedication. Then moving on to Earl Gutierrez. He is celebrating 27 years as a firefighter for the Flagstaff Fire Department. He shows his attitude each and every day when he's coming to work, and his values shine through his commitment to physical fitness for the job, his love for his family, and his passion for hunting and fishing, which provide food for his family. Every year, the Flagstaff Fire Department holds an Adopt a Family Christmas toy drive, and he's a big part of that success. He finds the families in needs and helps with the distribution of gifts to those family members. He's a blessing to the department and to our organization. Congratulations, Earl, on your 27 years. We have Todd George, also a member of our Flagstaff Fire Department. He's celebrating 28 years. He's currently a captain and a member of the Special Operations team. He has served many years as the lead instructor for the engineer driving training, which if you can imagine driving those big trucks through some of our tight streets, I'm sure that's a challenge all in itself, teaching folks how to do that. He received a City Manager Aspen Award for Communication in 2021 for his work on the compensation study for the Flagstaff Fire Department. During his time away, his passion is hunting, and he's actually helped others on the department learn how to hunt and has been their guide. He's one of the department's thoughtful leaders. His engagement and leadership has contributed to the team's overall success. So congratulations, Todd, on your 28 years. That's the end of our June work anniversaries. We will be celebrating July at your July 3rd meeting before your break.
Thank you, Shannon.
You're welcome.
Okay. Hold on just a second. Moving down to item number 7, council liaison reports. Let's start with Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Last week we had our monthly CJCC meeting. It's always very informative, and there's a lot of discussions pulling together judges and prosecutors and the sheriff and the police department and mental health. They do a lot of great work, and they collaborate together to make sure everybody is on the same page, and it's always an honor to be involved in those discussions. So.
Thank you. Councilmember Harris?
Yes, I attended the pros meeting yesterday, day before, can't remember, the 19th, so it was yesterday. And they're working on they're working on the Observatory Mesa Trail Plan, and that's gone through, I think, a couple groups, and they're still making some changes. They will be getting that out to people as soon as it's ready. There's also a survey on the city website for pros plan, so if you can go out there and take a look at that survey and take it, they would appreciate it. And then we also discussed cemetery fee structure. And as I said in our meeting yesterday, it's cheaper to spend eternity here than it is to live here. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor Aslan?
Good afternoon, everybody. There are 2 commission meetings this week that I will miss later in the week, sustainability and tourism. Last week, I was able to meet with Creative Flagstaff and also the fire union. That's my only report for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy?
I don't have anything tonight, Mayor. Thank you, though.
Thanks. Councilmember Sweet?
Thank you, Mayor. I did have to miss a couple of meetings last week. However, this week I've got Mountain Lion tomorrow at 10 and NACOG Regional Council at NACET on Thursday. And Friday I'll be taking a tour of the Wildcat with some Water Commission folks. That should be fun.
And Councilmember House?
Thank you, Mayor. No reports this week, but I will just share for public information that the Housing Commission meeting that was scheduled for this week was canceled. So there will be no meeting this month. Thank you.
Thank you. And nothing from me, so we can move down to item number 8, consent items. And all matters under the consent agenda are considered by the City Council to be routine and will be enacted by one motion approving the recommendations listed on the agenda. Unless otherwise indicated, expenditures approved by the Council are budgeted items. And Councilmember Matthews, I believe you have something that you'd like to pull.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'd like to pull consent item I, the contract for professional audit services, since I was involved in that committee.
Thank you. We will move that down to, we will move that out so that we can vote on the other items unless any council member has another item they'd like to pull out. You want to make a motion? No other items to pull out?
No.
Okay, Councilmember McCarthy?
So, Mayor, just for clarification, items C and H have been moved by the clerk so that we will talk about those later in the meeting. Those have to do with the recycling centers. So I move that we approve all items 8A through L with the exception of C, H, and I.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. We have 2 seconds. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. So then item number 8I is contract for professional audit services with Heinfield and Meach in the amount of $423,100. Is there any discussion or do I have a motion?
Mayor, I move to approve item 8I.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. So moving down to routine items, item number 9A, consideration and approval, professional services agreement with Friedman Recycling Company for equipment, transportation, processing, and recovery of recyclable materials.
Mayor, if I may, I believe items 9A and 9B are both being handled together in the introduction by staff.
Yes, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. My name is Evan Tyrrell. I'm the Solid Waste Director, City of Flagstaff. I'll try to keep this very brief today. There are two items for your consideration today. One is pertaining to what was read just by the Mayor, the professional service agreement with Friedman Recycling. And the second item is the ratification of a First Amendment to the emergency contract with Joe Dirt Excavating. So a little bit of the minor history here is, I think everyone's aware, the materials recovery facility reverted to the City of Flagstaff's control back in the month of April. Since that time, we've done a lot of work. We've cleaned, we've organized, we've evaluated the facility as a whole. We've obtained multiple quotes from various hauling and processing companies in the Phoenix metropolitan area, also in the local area for hauling services, in the attempt to identify the most efficient and cost-effective means and methods to handle the city's recyclables moving forward. That's what we're kind of putting forward today in hopes that this will move forward with the city. We've reopened the public recycling drop-off. That's been very successful. Right now we're managing that from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Friday. We're looking at possibly extending those hours for public drop-off services. We've also worked with the City of Phoenix through an intergovernmental agreement for the acceptance and processing of recyclables at their North Gateway Materials Recovery Facility. And we've also entered into an emergency contract for the hauling of the materials from the facility with Joe Dirt Excavating. That agreement we need a little bit more time on to move forward with this next round of what we're looking at today. And so we're requesting a $100,000 addition and to amend that original contract to add $100,000 for that hauling services. We're expecting that to continue through the month of June, and then we'd like to move forward with this new operation, which will be a 6-month kind of bridge while the city works out a formal request for proposal. At that time, we'll solicit better bids to look for more efficient means and methods for our recycling services and our needs moving forward. The contract does have 2 3-month extension options, which would equate that to a total of a 12-month contract. At this time, this is the most efficient and effective means and methods. That is a turnkey contract for not only the hauling, but also the processing of these materials. I've toured the facility in Phoenix. I've met with the Friedman Recycling Company representatives, and I'm very excited to move this forward in a more effective and cost-effective and efficient way for the city. Right now, we're hauling multiple trucks down to the valley. This new contract kind of optimizes that, where we'll, instead of hauling 8 to 10 tons per haul, we'll be hauling 18 to 20 tons per haul. So we'll basically cut our transportation needs in half. Of the materials recovery facilities we've evaluated, this has been the least expensive for the processing with a rebate structure, as well as the more efficient hauling and associated costs of that. I've worked a lot with Mr. Ken Ferguson. He's our project manager. With Solid Waste, he's one of the project managers that's working with the materials recovery facility and all of our recycling needs. So that's been very helpful, and Ken's kind of leading the charge on this. I'm sure he'd be happy to say some words if needed as well. And then Morris Friedman is also here this evening in the back, and they're eager to get started and to work with us. So a few changes to this contract would be the city would be loading these containers ourselves. So we have been staffing the facility to some degree. We may need some supplemental staffing needs. However, the cost per ton and what we're calculating our cost per this is about half the cost of what we're paying right now through the emergency hauling contract. So very comprehensive and exciting contract that I'm hoping to move forward with by the beginning of July. I guess I'll just kind of cut it off there and be here to answer any questions that may arise or that may be of interest. Thank you very much.
Councilmember House has a comment, it looks like.
Sorry about that. Yes, Evan and Ken and your team, I just wanted to say thank you for your ongoing efforts with this. It's clearly just been a very heavy lift in everything that you've been doing for our recycling program. And just to quote you, Evan, it's clearly been very comprehensive and very much appreciated, the work that you all have put into this. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Council, questions? All right, I'm going to take public comment. Thank you, Evan.
Thank you.
First up, we have Al White.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay. I'm here to speak in support of this service agreement with Friedman. Actually, Friedman Recycling has been around for a long time. They were in business when I was doing recycling back in the 90s, and a very reputable and reliable firm. So I want to speak on behalf of this agreement and support it. Secondly, I think that it's very important that we begin at this point in time a very comprehensive education program to remind the general public, and particularly commercial accounts, what we take, what we don't take, and try to clean as much of the non-recyclable products out of the stream. I think it's very important in terms of the success of the Friedman contract and the success of our recycling program. I think now is the time to do it with commercial accounts, and then I think it would be very, very important to start the education program in the schools when schools start up, because the kids are very instrumental in getting their parents to do it right. And I think that's an important element. The other piece that I would urge you to do, I think Willow Bend is willing to help in that regard as well, and encourage the use of volunteers to get the word out to as many places as possible. The other thing that I would urge you to do is to think about goals for a diversion rate. Cities with successful recycling programs have a 38% diversion rate. And something along those lines would be wonderful here. Your rate is much lower, but bit by bit, I think if you set those goals and work towards them, you can attain that as well. So thanks for your time, and good luck with it.
Thank you, Al. Can you give me that percentage again?
38% is it's kind of a nationwide average for a diversion rate amongst cities with successful recycling programs.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ward Davis.
Mayor and Council, I'm Ward Davis, Flagstaff resident for almost 20 years. And I've been very involved with recycling. I've been getting all the Norton environmental reports, so I know the amounts of recycling going to the MRF and the amount of products and the prices coming out. And I've studied the Friedman contract, and I agree it's a great deal, better than I expected. But any effort to take the recycling to Phoenix exposes a serious problem with contamination. Under the Norton contract, there was no financial penalty for contamination of the recycling stream. In fact, Norton had to pay a tipping fee for any incremental contamination. The result was that the recycling stream got very contaminated. The Norton report showed around 40%, but they were pretty inefficient, so it may be around 30. And that's going to cost us. We now must pay, according to the contract, $140 a ton for the contamination going to Phoenix. That's basically the transportation and the processing. If we cut our 30% in half to a more normal 15%, it'll save about $500 a day or $120,000 a year. It's a huge incentive for outreach of all kinds, including to the schools. We hope to review the plans for all this in the near future. Responding to this high contamination rate is going to require significant effort by both solid waste and sustainability. What needs to be done is clear. It requires the old carrot and stick approach. It means re-educating the public and companies of what they can and can't be recycled and encouraging them to obey the rules, but at the same time, we need the stick of penalties for repeat offenders. For residential, we've been doing periodic oops tags, and that's helpful, but it needs to be stepped up. For commercial customers, the problem is worse. Norton saw bicycles, tires, car parts, and all kinds of things coming in. So that part is going to need a little work. We hope that part of the response to the new recycling situation includes using volunteers. We had about 80 members of the public go through the various sustainability courses. In our last survey of the group, there was significant interest in volunteering to help improve the situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ward. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick comment and follow-up to all the comments just shared. Want to echo Councilmember House's accolades to Evan and the team at Solid Waste. An amazing endeavor when you look back upon it, with very little interruption to the service, all under very urgent circumstances. We are very happy and grateful for those efforts. To both the public speakers who just spoke, I could not agree more with all the comments made. We will be embarking upon a significant education program, re-education program. It is an issue, and it's one that's going to start being more costly to this community if we don't get on top of it. It has come to light in a number of regards. Of course, the transition with the MRF being one, commercial solid waste service in our downtown area being another. And I want to impress upon you, the most recent meeting on topic with this occurred just 2 hours ago today. Staff is very aware of it. It will be a collaborative effort. Sustainability and solid waste will be helping to lead that charge. Expect that to follow, and it needs to follow, and we're excited to lower our contamination rate, increase our solid waste diversion rate, and stay tuned on that. You'll be hearing more about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any additional questions or comments? Councilmember McCarthy?
Well, thank you, Mayor. Well, two things. I do want to thank the staff for the very quick turnaround to address a completely unanticipated problem with, the loss of our recycling contractor, just like on a moment's notice. The other thing is I want to back up this idea of we need more education. When I see aluminum cans in the trash, it's like, duh. That's probably one of the most valuable recycling materials. And then I see lots of trash in the recycling. And I don't think it's because people are deliberately, trying to be mean or something. It's just that they don't really understand, like which bottles you can put in recycling, which ones you can't. We can't put glass in, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, I strongly support the idea of improved education of the public, and as you mentioned, the commercial enterprise is probably the first target point. Thank you.
All right. Do we have a motion?
I could move, Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Oh, actually, thank you, Sterling. So a motion for 9A, or are we taking a motion for 9A and B? It's just the presentation was on both.
You were correct, Mayor. The motions need to be separate for 9A and then a separate motion for 9B.
So, Councilmember McCarthy, would you reword that, please?
All right. So I move that we approve item 9A, and just for clarification, on the initial agenda that went out last Friday, that was formerly 8C.
Do we have a second? I'll second. Thank you. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, it carries. Do I have a motion for 9B?
Mayor, I move that we approve item 9B, and again for clarification on the initial agenda that went out, that was 8H.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Thank you. Moving down to item 10A. Public hearing, consideration, and adoption of ordinance number 2023-20, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff, amending the Flagstaff zoning map to rezone approximately 1.17 acres of real property located at 1899 South Woodlands Village Boulevard from the light industrial open zone with the resource protection overlay to the highway commercial zone with the resource protection overlay.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Wesley Welch.
Mayor, if you could, we just need to make sure we open the public hearing first.
Yes, thank you. All right, so I am opening the public hearing for item number 10A. We will receive a presentation from staff. Then we will take questions from the public and from council. So now.
Thank you again. My name is Wesley Welch. I'm with Current Planning, and I'm here to present the Ocean Blue Car Wash rezone. So just a little background information. The property is located at 1899 South Woodlands Village Boulevard. The applicant wishes to remove a lube shop that's currently on the site, currently has a car wash and a lube shop. They want to remove the lube shop and expand the existing car wash use. So as you just said, we're requesting to rezone approximately 1.17 acres from the light industrial open zone to the highway commercial zone. Both of those have a resource protection overlay. A little bit of history. The car wash was a permitted existing use prior to the adoption of the current zoning code in 2011. The new zoning designation since 2011 is light industrial open, and it made the use of the car wash a legal non-conforming use. The applicant came to us last year wanting to remove the lube shop and expand the car wash, and the way to kind of do that and bring the site into conformance was to go through this rezoning process. Just a little context map for you. As you can see, most of the properties in the area north of University Drive are going to be light industrial open zone. The ones to the south are going to be highway commercial zoned. So I just want to go over the two types of zoning map amendments we have. So we have the direct to ordinance and the concept. So the direct to ordinance rezone is tied to a site plan. It requires all of the information to be reviewed before it comes, and then it's going to be tied to that site plan in perpetuity. The concept zone rezone is going to be more of a conceptual level. They come with ideas of what will go there, what the buildings might look like, but it's not tied exactly to the site plan. This one's kind of interesting. We're doing kind of a hybrid. So it's coming as a direct to ordinance because there's already a site plan. We didn't want to come to you with a concept rezone already knowing what it was going to look like. However, in order to kind of bring the site into conformance with the regional plan in the future, we wanted to allow them to develop it under the highway commercial zoning. That's not going to happen right away. There is going to be a condition. It'll have to be 10 years after it's approved. So we'll talk about that a little more later. Just to go over what we do have right now, here's the approved site plan. As you can see, the lube building demolition and then the new addition is kind of a one-for-one, so they're not expanding the square footage that's currently on the site. And there are 5 employee parking spaces. So the car wash use requires 1.5 spaces per employee on the greatest shift. So there's going to be 3 employees on a shift, and that's 4.5 rounded up to 5. Bicycle parking was also required. They were required to do 2. They have provided 4. It also has the ADA accessible spaces. Here are the proposed building elevations. It needed to meet the current architectural design standards. We do the heavier materials on the bottom, only 25% less of stucco. These are the elevations for you to review. They weren't required to provide a landscaping plan. You have to have a 35% or more increase in gross square floor area or parking, but they still are going to provide more landscaping than is currently on the site. I do want to note on this plan that they are under the Resource Protection Overlay Zone. The bigger trees that have the square and are a little more bolded were the resource protected trees when the site was originally developed. They will all be staying on the site. So future development on the sites. So the proposed condition of approval stipulates that the site has to be tied to the site plan for 10 years. After that, it can be allowed to be redeveloped based on the regulations of the highway commercial zone at the time of redevelopment. So this could bring the site into closer conformance with the future land use map from the regional plan. So impact analyses, there are 3 main impact analyses that could be triggered by code: a traffic impact analysis, water sewer impact analysis, and stormwater. The development did not meet any of these thresholds. It was reviewed by those 3 departments, but they did not require any further impact analyses. Any future redevelopment would go back up against those 3 departments, and if it is required to provide those analyses, we would do that as well. So to get into the findings, there are 3 findings that have to be met for a zoning map amendment. The first finding is that the proposed amendment is found to be consistent with and in conformance with the goals and policies of the general plan. In the staff report that was presented for P&Z, it kind of went a little deeper into the specific goals and policies. Today I'm just going to talk more about the future land use of suburban as well as the suburban activity centers. So the suburban land use kind of wants medium to low densities of people. Streets and sidewalks vary in pattern. It's drivable but also has some pedestrian amenities. It is worth noting that the suburban activity centers are all identified currently, and I looked through most of them when I was doing this rezone, and most of the suburban activity centers have a lot of highway commercially zoned land within them. So future redevelopment regulated with the HC zoning kind of helps bring it closer. Finding 2 is that the proposed amendment is determined not to be detrimental to public interest, health, safety, or welfare of the City of Flagstaff, and will add to the public good. Staff believes that this is not going to have any impact on that, and it's developed in accordance with all the codes and requirements we have currently. And finding 3 is that the site itself is determined to be physically suitable in terms of design, location, shapes, size, operating characteristics, and that it will not endanger, jeopardize, or otherwise constitute a hazard to the property or improvements in the vicinity. This was reviewed through our IDS, which has reviewers from the various different departments who would be interacting with this site and who are reviewing this site. It met all of the applicable codes, and staff found no issues with that. And once again, for future redevelopment, any redevelopment would have to go back through the IDS process and would be reviewed up against the codes at the time. For the citizen participation plan, the applicant held 1 on-site meeting on April 10th. It was attended by the architect, the property owners, and then 1 neighboring business owner who was in support. We did waive the second neighborhood meeting requirement based on the attendance at the first meeting. There's also a citizen participation report that talks about the letters that were sent out, and that was included in the staff summary. And as of this date, I have not received any comments on this application. So we took it to Planning and Zoning last Wednesday, and they unanimously voted 5-0 to recommend the City Council finds the proposed zoning map amendment in conformance with the required findings and approve an amendment to the zoning map for 1.17 acres of the light industrial open zone with the RPO to the highway commercial zone with the RPO with the following conditions. The first one is going to be the condition we talked about. It must be developed in accordance with the approved site plan, and that any modifications to the approved site plan may require an amendment to this request within 10 years of the date of approval. After 10 years, the property may be developed under the zoning code standards for the highway commercial zone, including all permitted and conditional uses and affiliated development standards. And the other 2 are more standard conditions that we place on rezones. That is all I have. The applicant and the architect and the property owners are here if you have any questions for me or them.
Thank you. Council, do we have any questions? All right, I don't see any public comment. And so I'm going to close the public hearing. Can I get a motion to read a motion for item number 2?
Mayor, I move that we read ordinance 2023-20 by title only for the first time.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, City Clerk?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff amending the Flagstaff zoning map to rezone approximately 1.17 acres of real property generally located at 1899 South Woodlands Village Boulevard from the Light Industrial Open LI-O zone with a Resource Protection Overlay RPO to the Highway Commercial HC zone with a Resource Protection Overlay RPO, providing for severability, authority for clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date.
Great job with your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, item number 10B, public hearing, fiscal year 2023-2024 budget and property tax levy.
And Mayor, again, we'll need to open the public hearing. Thank you.
And at this point, I would like to open the public hearing.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Brandy Suda, serving as your City Finance Director. So I'm here before you for the next steps of the adoption of the City's fiscal year 2023-24 budget and property taxes. My presentation will cover the next 3 items on the agenda: 10B, 11A, and 12A. Here is the timeline for the city's fiscal year 23-24 budget adoption. So 2 weeks ago, we had tentative budget adoption on June 6th via resolution. That started the property tax or the budget adoption process. Tonight, we have a public hearing on the budget and the tax levy, the final budget adoption via resolution, as well as the first reading of the property tax ordinance. Then on July 3rd, we will have the second reading and adoption of the property tax ordinance. The city's fiscal year 2023-24 budget is $539,705,762. This is a $1.2 million decrease over the prior year budget. The city's budget is broken down into 5 different fund types. Of the budget, the general fund makes up $136.7 million, or 25%. Special revenue funds, such as the Highway User Revenue Fund, the library, and transportation taxes, make up $151 million, or 28% of the budget. Our debt service funds for our secondary property tax and our pension bonds make up $14.3 million, or 3% of the total budget. Capital project funds for our GEO bond-funded projects, as well as the downtown mile, makes up $37.3 million, or 7% of the budget. And lastly, our enterprise funds, such as our water services funds, or water, wastewater, reclaimed stormwater, our solid waste fund, the Flagstaff Housing Authority, Sustainability, and Airport make up $200.3 million, or 37% of the budget. Moving on to our proposed property taxes. The city's total proposed primary property tax is just under $7.2 million. This is a proposed flat levy or revenue proposal with new construction revenue of approximately $25,000. On average, the assessed values increased 4.83% on existing properties. Based on this levy, the proposed tax rate is 0.6634 per $100 of assessed value. And this is a rate decrease from the prior year of 0.6954. This levy is being adopted at $559,000 below the maximum allowed by state statutes, and these revenues are unrestricted per state statutes. The total proposed secondary property taxes is just over $8.6 million. This is with a proposed tax rate of 0.888, or 0.8000 per $100 of assessed valuation. This is the same rate as the prior year. This levy is a 5.2% increase over the prior year, and this levy cannot exceed the estimated general obligation, or GO, debt service payments for the fiscal year 2023-24 per state statute. Here is a 5-year history of the city's property tax rates. As you can see, the combination of the increase in assessed values, as well as the city maintaining a flat levy over the last 4 years, the city's property tax rate has decreased each year over the last 5 years. So the city's primary property tax rate, as proposed again, is that 0.6634. That is the same as the flat levy rate. Our maximum allowable per state statutes is that 0.7180 per $100 of assessed valuation. The city is limited to a 2% increase in levy per year for our primary property tax. Since the city hasn't increased its primary property taxes over the last 4 years, the city has 8% of allowable increase, or that $589,000. This table shows the change in the city's assessed values over the prior year. So the city's total limited net assessed value was just under $1.1 billion, which is a 5.2% increase over the prior year. And the city's total full cash net assessed valuation is just under $1.5 billion, which is a 20% increase over the prior year. The net assessed valuation is determined by the county assessor's office. As part of the total limited net assessed valuation, new construction made up 0.374%, or $3.8 million. These values were determined based on an evaluation done in late 2021 for the tax year of 2023. Limited assessed valuations are used to calculate both our primary and our secondary property taxes per state statutes. And again, limited assessed values is limited to a maximum of a 5% increase for most real property. So these next 2 slides are examples of the impacts of the city's proposed levies and property tax rates. The actual impact on each property will vary based on the individual property's change in assessed valuation. So here is a residential example of the city's property tax impacts. A $100,000 property in 2022 would have paid $149.54 in city property taxes. And assuming no increase in the assessed valuation, that property would pay approximately $146.34 in 2023, which is a $3.20 decrease. Again, on average, the city's property taxes in 2023-2024 made up approximately 22% of residential property tax bills. Just to note that this is a corrected slide. As I was preparing my presentation, I found an error in my calculations. So here is an example of the property tax impacts on a commercial property. A commercial property valued at $1 million in 2022 would have paid city property taxes of $2,616.95. Assuming, again, no change in their property valuation, the city's property taxes will be $2,487.78, or a $129.17 decrease over the prior year. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to clarify your examples of the rate, the property tax rates from last year to this year. shows a decrease based on property values not changing.
Correct.
But property assessed values have increased 4.83%, correct?
On average.
On
So
average.
Every property tax or every property will be assessed. You know, they could change, they could have gone down, they could have increased. The max they can increase is 5% per state statute, but it could be anywhere in the middle.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions? Councilmember McCarthy?
Well, more of a comment than a question. I think it's significant that many of the taxes are going up, you know, school taxes, whatever. But the city budget, the property taxes are not going up. And I think that's, you know, kudos to our city manager for, in effect, adjusted for inflation, the tax rate is going down. And, but we're still able to get the work done. So thank you, city manager, appreciate that.
All right, I don't see any additional questions, and I don't see any public participation. So thank you, Brandy. And I am going to close the public hearing. Wait a minute, what am I doing? Where am I?
Next, you'll convene the special meeting, Mayor.
Yes, as soon as I find my place, I will. All right, so I am closing the public hearing and convening a special meeting. In the special meeting, item number 11A, which is the consideration and adoption of resolution number 2023-37, adopting the budget for the City of Flagstaff for fiscal year 2023-2024. Does Council have any additional questions or comments before I entertain a motion? Okay, can I have a motion?
Mayor, I'd like to move that we read resolution number 2023-37 by title only.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, City Clerk.
A resolution of the Council of the City of Flagstaff, Arizona, adopting the budget for the City of Flagstaff for fiscal year 2023-2024.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to adopt?
I'll move to adopt.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Now I would like to reconvene the regular meeting, which is going to feel very different from the special meeting that we just had. So moving down to item number 12A under regular agenda, we have consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2023-15. This is an ordinance levying upon the assessed valuation of the property within the City of Flagstaff, Arizona, subject to taxation, a certain sum upon each $100 of valuation sufficient to raise the amount estimated to be required in the annual budget, less the amount estimated to be received from other sources of revenue, providing funds for various bond redemptions for the purpose of paying interest upon bonded indebtedness, and providing funds for general municipal expenses, all for the fiscal year ending 30th day of June 2024. Okay, Council, we've had the presentations. Any additional questions? I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'd like to move that we read ordinance number 2023-15 by title only for the first time.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, City Clerk.
An ordinance levying upon the assessed valuation of the property within the city of Flagstaff, Arizona, subject to taxation, a certain sum upon each $100 of valuation sufficient to raise the amount estimated to be required in the annual budget, less the amount estimated to be received from other sources of revenue, providing funds for various bond redemptions for the purpose of paying interest upon bonded indebtedness, and providing funds for general municipal expenses, all for the fiscal year ending the 30th day of June 2024.
Thank you. Moving down to item 12B, consideration and adoption of resolution number 2023-36, a resolution of the Flagstaff City Council adopting the City of Flagstaff Public Safety Personnel Retirement System Pension Funding Policy.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. Rick Tatter, Management Services Director. This is an administrative process we do annually as required by state statute to approve a public safety pension retirement system pension funding policy. This will be for the fiscal year of 2023-24. And there's no presentation related to this, and I'm good to report that we are still over 100% funded in our public safety pension plans, and therefore we have not recommended any adjustments to our policy that we had in the current year to carry forward to next fiscal year. So we'll maintain the same guidance from the current policy into next year. With that, if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions? Go ahead, Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Rick, I just want to thank you for managing that so well and staying ahead of the game and continue to have 100% funding. That's really important. It was a heightened public interest when we had to go back and do some changes, so I appreciate the fact that we're on track now and staying at 100% funding. Thank you so much, and your team.
Well, thank you very much. I do appreciate that. But I won't say it's just my team. It was a big effort, and also council giving us the green light to issue pension bonds, and it's been very favorable for us at this time. So it also took your commitment as council. Thank you.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to say hear to Ms. Matthews' comments. And when I was first on council, this was a big problem. And I want to publicly thank Charlie Odegaard for being very actively involved in finding a solution, and various other council members. But anyway, thank you, job well done, and it's paying off. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
And furthermore, I move to read Resolution 2023-36 by title only.
Do I have a second? I'll second. Thank you. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, City Clerk.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council adopting the City of Flagstaff Public Safety Personnel Retirement System Pension Funding Policy, delegating authority and establishing an effective date.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to adopt?
I move to adopt the resolution just read.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. It is adopted. Moving down to item number 12C, consideration and adoption of resolution number 2023-38 and ordinance number 2023-16, a resolution of the Flagstaff City Council declaring as a public record that certain document filed with the city clerk and entitled 2023 Short-Term Rental Code, and an ordinance of the City Council amending the Flagstaff City Code. Title III Business Regulations. All right. Staff, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, Council. My name is Sarah Langley, your Public Affairs Director. So tonight, the short-term rental team is back in front of you for a potential first read of an ordinance. If you'll recall, we were in front of you most recently in May of this year to present our draft ordinance which included feedback that we had received from the community during our open house event that we held in March of this year. So now we're coming back to you with a further refined draft ordinance based on the comments and suggestions that you gave us. So tonight we will provide you with a very brief overview of the proposed short-term rental licensing program. We will present to you the latest updates that we made to the ordinance, and then we will turn it back to you, Mayor and Council, for your consideration of a first reading. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and pass it to Dan Folk.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Dan Folk, Community Development Director. So I'm going to give you a brief overview of the program itself and what the licensing, some of the components of the licensing program. So we've defined short-term rentals as residential units which are rented for less than 30 days or less. We're proposing an annual fee of $175. We're really well equipped right now to implement this licensing program because of the Lodging Rev software that we've been using in management services. I believe there's an upgrade to the software that we can turn it into a licensing program, and so we're pleased to have that ready to go. The ordinance does require annual notification of neighbors, so this was something I think we talked about as a team. Each year when an applicant goes in to renew their license, we're asking that they verify that they've notified the neighbors again. And essentially that notification provides the emergency contact information, which I do believe is kind of the big benefit of this licensing program. You know, the state very narrowly defined what we can and cannot do. I think the main purpose of this is to give a resource for neighbors if there are issues with noise, parking, the things we hear about, that they know who to call, who's managing the property and who to call to resolve problems. So again, I think that's the big benefit to the community on this. It does specify grounds for approving, denying, or suspending a license. That again was included in the state legislation. And then there's penalties for noncompliance. So that's the general overview of the program, and then Anya's going to go over the changes that are in this ordinance that is in front of you tonight. Do you have any questions on the general program, licensing program? All right, Anya.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. This is Anya Wendell, the Senior Assistant City Attorney. So, when we met and had our work session the last time, you made some suggestions to make our ordinance better, and so we've tried to incorporate those into our draft ordinance. So one of the first changes we made was to the application process, and we're going to require the owner to submit a statement that the owner is not a sex offender or convicted of certain felonies versus simply stating that the owner may not be a sex offender. So it's kind of a more, it's a more affirmative statement. We're also going to require the owner to have completed the neighborhood notification prior to obtaining a license. So that means the applicant will have had to go and notify their neighbors that, hey, we're going to be opening a short-term rental next to you. There were some concerns from council members about owners of short-term rentals being harassed, and so based on that concern, we will be stating that the owner's email address and telephone number will not be a public information unless the owner is also designated as the emergency point of contact. So we also added that as part of the application that the owner disclose whether or not the short-term rental is owner occupied. This is really just for informational purposes. It's not going to result in treating those short-term rentals any different, but we would like to know who has owner-occupied rentals, and in the future, if we determine that these units really create less problems for the city in terms of complaints and management, then it would be possible for the City Council to consider a lesser annual license fee for these owner-occupied units.
Anya, I have a question about the previous bullet point. No, sorry, on the same slide that we were. Will you remind us how that information, how the emergency contact is public?
The emergency contact, point of contact information will be posted in the short-term rental unit, inside of the unit.
And is that the only public listing of the emergency contact?
It will also be, my crowd support system here is also reminding me that when the neighborhood notice goes out to all the neighbors, that the emergency point of contact information will be in that notice.
Okay, and so those are the only two. It's not up on our website,
We're
but
not-
code compliance has that information.
Code compliance has that information as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And thank you, audience. So there's been a renewed effort on the city's part to help prevent sex trafficking or human trafficking. We've added a statement that in our code that a short-term rental may not be used for sex trafficking. For the neighbor notification, we wanted to make sure that it was clear who had to be notified. So any neighboring property touching the short-term rental property needs to be notified, including those houses behind the short-term rental. And in a multifamily building, a notice must be provided not only to everyone on the same floor, but also to the units, if it's a multi-storied multifamily building, to the units directly above or directly below.
Are they still required to give their information to the properties across the street? And
yes.
Okay.
Yes. We also clarified, so the owner has to post a notice inside of the property, and it wasn't clear in our draft ordinance whether that notice had to be posted inside or outside of the unit, and it has to be inside. So we clarified that, and that includes the short-term rental license number and the prohibited uses of the unit. We also removed the owner's name from the notice, and again, concern for privacy. We removed the emergency contact's email address because we felt like a phone number would be adequate. And we added the city's emergency complaint or hotline telephone number to the notice. As for verified violations, that's something we added, that if the owner knowingly or intentionally allows sex trafficking in the unit, then this is grounds for suspension of a license. We're not actually able to revoke licenses, only suspend them. And we clarified for penalties that these are enhanced penalties on the owner. That's mostly because state law refers to them as enhanced. And with that, unless you have any questions about the short-term rental ordinance or the updates, I'll turn this back to Sarah to tell you about the schedule.
I have another question.
Yes.
Was there anything in the county's short-term rental ordinance that you felt was pertinent to ours to add or change?
Thank you for that question, Mayor. This morning, city management and some management from the county had a meeting, and we received a copy of the county's short-term rental ordinance. It is kind of different from the city's ordinance, or it's certainly just a draft now, and I believe it's in August 8th is when the county will be considering their draft ordinance. One of the things that it's focusing on is making sure that use of a short-term rental in the county complies with residential zoning. In particular, single-family residences are supposed to be used for families, and a family is is a defined term. In the county, it is maximum of 5 unrelated persons. Technically, the city of Flagstaff also has sort of similar definition of a family, where ours is 8 or more, 8 or related or unrelated people. But I'm not so sure we'll be focusing on that. That would be something, however, the city council could look at in the future. The county is also going to charge a $250 annual permit fee, and is going to add some code compliance. That's something that the city could look at further, is adding additional compliance staff. And, you know, we can look at it more closely after they've actually brought forward their ordinance on August 8th, and if there's something we want to consider, we can always amend our ordinance. And as well, you know, this is a new process, and ours is scheduled to go into effect November 1st. So if there were changes that we felt like we wanted to make, or you council members wish to make, we could consider those.
Thank you. And if you would consider that and just let us know whether you think it is relevant to the city's ordinance or not, that would be great.
Great, yeah, I'd like to discuss that. We've been working as a team, so that would be something we'd want our entire team to look at.
Great, thank you. Any other questions for Anya, council? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So just to wrap up, you will consider a first read today. If that is approved, we'll be back in front of you on July 3rd, shortly before your council break. So if you do decide to approve the ordinance before break, that gives staff several months to be able to work with our software vendor and get everything all set up, as well as our public outreach campaign that will accompany this. And then, as Anya mentioned, we have a goal of launching the licensing program on November 1st. So that's kind of the timeline we're looking at. So that's all we have. Happy to take any other questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Sarah, Dan, Anya, the full team for the work that you all put into this. I very much appreciate the consideration and flexibility that you all have shown and continue to show in this process and trying to make this work for the best of our city. I have to admit that even with where we are now, I still have a lot of frustrations with this, but I want to make clear that those frustrations have absolutely nothing to do with the truly great work from our team. My frustrations lie mainly in the reason why we need to have a strong public outreach and education on this as we move forward, because I think it's going to be very important for us to make clear what exactly this is and what it isn't, what it does and what it cannot do. I think that as we're moving forward with this, there's just a lot of risk within our community for members to think that this is doing something that it's not. We have very strong restrictions from the state legislature on how much we have the ability to control anything when it comes to short-term rentals outside of this licensing process. And so if the perception from our community is or continues to be that this is in any way regulating that for our community, we're going to have a really difficult challenge on our hands. That said, I do think that our team has done amazing work in making this as strong of language as they can, and ensuring that this is actually doing something for our community, and in addressing the concerns that were brought forward from council. So I am deeply appreciative of that. I just, again, want to emphasize how important that education campaign is going to be to make sure that the community truly understands what this is, what it isn't, what it does not do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember House. Do we have questions from council? Councilmember Harris?
Not really a question, but maybe a comment to Councilwoman House's concerns. I wonder if doing a frequently asked question sheet might be helpful to this process. And then as we are going around the community for different events, I know there are a lot of public meetings for the plan and a whole bunch of regional plan and other formal meetings, community meetings. So maybe we could, have those sheets available there for that. That's just one way of trying to get the word out to a lot of people. So, thank you.
Thank you. Did you have a question or a comment?
Question, and it might be for Rick Tatter, if you want to come on up. And thank you, Councilmember Harris. I think that's a great idea, and I echo that a fact sheet could be helpful. So I'm wondering, with our fee that we charge, do we have any safeguards to make sure that in the future that fee covers what it needs to cover in terms of enforcement, et cetera? And do you have any ideas of how to increase that every year to make sure that we're staying on track?
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. And thank you for the conversation on this topic. When we did the rate analysis related to the short-term rental licensing, we looked at next year's costs related to providing service, several staff involved, the number of hours they take, and we built a rate based on next year's costs. As we thought about it, we did not look at growth in inflation related to this fee. So one suggestion that I would have is maybe council would like to amend the ordinance to have a 5-year rate schedule. And so I went back and looked at what the existing fees and what inflation factor would be on the software, on the credit cards, and the staff. And it looks like to continue to cover those expenses, we would need about a $5 increase per year to keep up with existing costs. So that is one option if council wants to amend the adoption of the ordinance to have a 5-year schedule of fees with the $5 increments. But I would not go much above that because we only want to cover the cost of our services. We can't just set an arbitrary number and collect revenues on our behalf. We've documented what it is. And then in 3 to 4 years, we can look at how the revenues are coming in, the cost. If we add services, we can increase the fee later in time. So hopefully that answers your question.
That does, thank you. And I guess I'm wondering if council is interested in making that modification. I personally believe that we should be covering our costs year to year, and everything is skyrocketing inflation, and $5 seems doable to the applicant, and it would help us recover our costs.
Councilmember McCarthy.
I support the suggestion that Mr. Tatter just made.
Does that need to be written into the ordinance?
When you move, yeah, it's not in there yet. So when you move to read it, you'll have to have the amendment.
Okay. Thank you.
We'll bring changes with the final adoption.
Do you have something to say, Sterling?
Yeah, the motion can just be made to approve the ordinance with that amendment to it.
Okay.
And like he said, it'll be here for the second read. So.
Thank you. And I think that that's a really important point, Rick, that you made, that you don't have to come back up here, that we are only recovering our costs. This is not a money-making venture. So we have some public comment that I would like to take. First, we have B.K. Tucker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I'm a resident of Flagstaff for 46 years. I just want to state that. I want to thank you for really considering the rate that will be charged to owners of short-term rentals. We also pay city taxes as well that go in, and I think $175, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm glad you haven't taken it to the higher level. And when I was here the last time, I said that my husband has a city license for conducting business in our home, and he pays $8. So, you know, there's a big difference, but I understand it's a new program, you have costs. So thank you for that. The other thing I want to thank you for is the proposal to track owner-occupied short-term rentals. I think that's really an important distinction when it comes to safety, when it comes to how should I say, operating a short-term rental in a really valid and really thoughtful to the community way. So thank you. I really appreciate that. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. We have an online commenter.
Yes, Mayor, we have one commenter tonight, CJ. CJ, you may go ahead and address Mayor and Council.
Hi, Mayor and Council. I don't know if, can you hear me or see
Yes.
me? I'm not sure. Okay, excellent. I just wanted to cover, I emailed Mayor and City Council earlier. I am a stakeholder in the industry. I just wanted to cover a few quick points, relatively minor points, specifically the application process. I just want to make sure that it is in line with SB 1168, the Senate bill that was passed in the 2022 regular session. I'll make this quick. 4 quick points. The neighbor notification, the application for a short-term rental permit license can't require a completed neighbor notification, so I think that needs to be amended. It can be written into the ordinance as a subsequent requirement. Other municipalities have required it within a specified time frame subsequent to issuing a permit or license, but it can't be part of the application, so I wanted to note that. The second point, sort of unfortunately contrary to the speaker before me, the application cannot require the disclosure of the status of the occupancy of the home. So I think that needs to be amended as well, just to, again, to fall in line with the state statute. There is, I'd like to note, there is a 7-day application response from the city to any applicants. So pursuant to SB 1168, I think that we should include verbiage that specifies the city has to respond to an applicant within 7 days, so that applicants can be aware of this and understand the parameters of their application and when to expect a response from the city. And then lastly, the ordinance calls out a 10-day response time following denial. It's sort of it's indicative of the fact that after those 10 days expire, that an applicant would be precluded from correcting or reapplying for a permit or license, and the applicant shouldn't be precluded from correcting or submitting an application after the 10-day period currently proposed in the ordinance. I also just lastly wanted to say thank you for all the work that's been done. I'm sorry I'm a little late to the game with these minor, very specific points, but I know a lot of work's gone into it, and not speaking for all the stakeholders, but speaking for me, I do think that the cost increase following the cost burden on the city is very reasonable. So I wanted to mention that as well.
Thank you. And that's all of our public comment. I do see that Councilmember House has a comment and a question, and I'm wondering, staff, do you feel that we need to incorporate any of those suggestions as a addendum to the ordinance when we move to pass?
Thank you for those public comments. We'll certainly take them under, advise them, and then we'll get back to you whether or not we feel that it's necessary to incorporate those changes prior to the final read.
Thank you very much. Councilmember House. Councilmember Harris.
I was just going to make a comment that if we find that we need to incorporate those changes, and if that adds to the work of staff, we need to take that into consideration in the fee. So I don't want us to do that because there are going to be some extra steps in there maybe for our staff. So think about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. All right. Any additional questions or comments? I will entertain a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to read resolution number 2023-38 by title only, with the addition of a $5 yearly increase and a review 3 years in for a financial review of that increase to see if it's warranted or not.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, City Clerk.
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council declaring as a public record that certain document filed with the city clerk and entitled 2023 Short-Term Rental Code as amended.
Thank you. And would the ordinance need that same fee
You read my mind, Mayor.
escalator?
Thank you. If the motion could include that for the reading of the ordinance as well, that'd be great.
Great. Would you like to make the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to read ordinance number 2023-16 by title only for the first time, with the $5 yearly fee included and a review 3 years in to see if that fee is still warranted.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, City Clerk.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff amending the Flagstaff City Code Title III Business Regulations by adopting by reference that certain document entitled 2023 Short-Term Rental Code, providing for penalties, repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, authority for clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date as amended.
Thank you. And thank you, staff, very, very much. All right, moving down to item 12D, consideration and approval, Stormwater Strategic Plan 2028.
One moment, I'm trying to figure out where, oh, there we go. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So Ed Shank, Stormwater Manager. I have 2 items in a row here. I'll try to be quick about it. I know you have a very full schedule today. The first one is hopefully the approval of the Stormwater Strategic Plan 2028, so the 5-year strategic plan for stormwater. You should have a copy of, if you don't, one of these hard copies, yep, of the strategic plan. Also a PDF copy was included in the staff summary. For anybody interested in the room, there are also copies in the back. So just a quick overview. As you likely know through our stormwater rate adjustment conversation earlier this year, stormwater became a utility in 2003 at the time under community development. and it was really kind of a clearinghouse for the FEMA floodplain regulatory compliance group, as well as development review and construction inspections for drainage. Since that time, the program has changed multiple times and has grown substantially. And due to this, at the same time that we're doing the Water Services Strategic Plan, so the Water Services 2025 Strategic Plan with Resource Trends as our consultant, we're taking a look at stormwater as a section as well. And we noticed that while it was included within Water Services, there was quite a bit of complexity and some uncertainty in some of the portions of the stormwater section. So the interim Water Services Director, Ryan Roberts at the time, as well as Monica Rabb, who was the stormwater manager at the time, initiated the development of a separate concurrent stormwater strategic plan to better provide definition, guidance, and mission to the stormwater section. This draft plan was mostly completed in 2020. We had a lot of input from stakeholders as well as from the stormwater team at the time, the water services team, and others. And then it was put on hold as we changed staff at the water services director and stormwater manager level until 2021. And then when we had those large floods in 2021, and we really provided quite a bit of flood response and flood mitigation, pre-season flood mitigation, that's when the plan was kind of reinstated. We worked with Resources Trends again, and were able to complete this plan in late 2022, so about December of last year. So with that, we're coming to you today with this draft plan. I'm going to provide some slides to it, hopefully not doing an exact page turn. I think we can all read, but happy to go into as much detail as you want or as little as you like to walk through this. Some of it's going to look kind of familiar because it's stuff that we are working on or have been working on since we talked about this in 2020. So there's a lot of goals and objectives that we've been trying to hit in the last 3 years. So the purpose of this plan, as I kind of mentioned, is to provide an easy-to-read overview of what the stormwater section is meant to provide to the community in terms of flooding and pollution prevention, identify some of the major challenges, risks, and recommend actions and investments within stormwater within the community, increase confidence among the City Council and community that the stormwater section is appropriately mitigating the risks of flooding and environmental damage, establish a basis for future community dialogue, and then also to ensure that the strategic objectives are aligned with our values and standards as well as the City Council goals. So the elements of the strategic plan, this is very similar to what you've seen in the Water Services Plan. There's a strategic foundation, so that provides the fundamental responsibilities of the stormwater section, including behavioral values, the business values of stormwater, the basics of this section, the major challenges, the standards, so the standards that we live by in terms of FEMA and Arizona regulations, and low impact development, best management practices, etc. And then the strategic objectives. So we have 9 strategic objectives that were identified through the stakeholder process. So some of this is very familiar. It really mirrors the Water Services strategic plan. So in terms of the strategic foundation, it's the mission and the behavioral values. The mission of stormwater is to professionally and cost-effectively minimize the flood damage and pollution from stormwater events. And the behavioral values, like most of the city, is integrity, respect, commitment, responsibility, collaboration, and leadership. Our business values, similar to water services as a whole, sound planning and appropriate investment, exceptional customer service, sound financial management and increasing efficiency, protecting public health and the environment, transparency and community engagement. And then the one that's slightly different from the rest of the water services is flood protection and pollution prevention. So that's our difference. Water services as a whole is providing reliable water supplies and water service. You've seen this slide before. This is just showing the change in responsibilities in the stormwater section from 2003 to today as we become a more regional stormwater and flood control utility. And that kind of leads us into the 9 strategic objectives. So these are the objectives that were identified by the water services leadership, stakeholders, as well as by Resource Trends. And I'll kind of walk through these pretty quickly. Again, it's all here in the plan. Happy to go into any detail on anything that you'd like to see more of. The first one, and the one we've heard even from public comment today, is responding to wildfire flood risks and events. So obviously it's something that's very fresh in our minds and something that we are working towards in terms of responding to post-fire flood risk. So what we have in each of these sections is the relevant standards, the standards that we see as relevant for each of these strategic objectives, a background statement for that objective, the challenge and the opportunities within those, so we have the bullet points, and then potential responses at the very bottom. And again, if you want to go into detail, there's a lot here, and I know you're busy, so let me know if you want any more detail than this. The next one is clarifying climate change characteristics and overall stormwater challenges. And this is really an interesting one at a national level. You know, I'm on the Association of State Floodplain Managers, as most of my staff are, and this is really something that comes up quite often in the monthly meetings as well as the monthly newsletters, is how do we adapt to climate change, whether that's human-induced climate change or whether that's just the fact of climate variability. So there's a lot there. Working on the old FEMA models from the 1960s and 70s doesn't seem to work. You know, we're seeing 1,000-year floods several times a decade. We're seeing 500-year floods several times a decade. So obviously, those risk models aren't working, and that's something that as a nation and also at the local level we need to address as we understand flood risk and how to mitigate it better. It also plays in very well to our climate action and adaptation plan. So this is definitely something that works on multiple levels here within the city. The third one, and we've talked about this, especially during the stormwater rates, was maximizing and optimizing stormwater system maintenance. So luckily, not luckily, I should say, through your guidance, with that new stormwater rate, we are increasing the number of maintenance operators that we will have within stormwater. So previously, we've had 2 operators and 1 part-time supervisor. We are in the process of working with HR to get with that new rate, we can now afford to have a full-time supervisor as well as 4 operators. So we're hoping that we can get fully staffed with that and do some really good work. Clarifying service levels and enhancing customer service. So this is actually one of the driving guides to creating the strategic plan, is understanding where our stormwater fees go and understanding how we how we set our standards for development review and construction inspection. So making sure that we have a clear responsibility for areas that we can improve development review, development inspections, and make sure that we get ahead of ourselves in terms of code. And one that we're working with right now, sustainability, is increasing support for flood proofing of individual structures. So again, most of what we've talked about in these flood updates that we have is how can we improve the stormwater system, how can we improve it on a neighborhood level. This is really kind of taking a look at it at a more granular level. So how do we flood proof an individual house? How do we get to it so you know, that house can not be damaged on the interior? Again, working with sustainability on coming up with a new flood proofing program, brand new to the city. Very exciting stuff that's coming together, and hopefully have more information on that soon. The 6th objective is enhancing the capital improvement project or CIP process and updating CIP priorities. This is something you've been hearing quite a bit of in terms of our Spruce Wash improvements, Schultz Creek improvements, as well as during the rate study. Some of the other areas within the city that have CIP needs. So we have a very long list of that, and we have both the 5-year, 10-year plan and working to move that forward. So again, we have quite a long list of specific responses there, things that we can work through to improve that CIP process, as well as transparency in the CIP priority list. Objective number 7 is development review and developer support. So making sure that we have clear regulations for developers so that they understand exactly what they need to do. So again, transparency and clarity is very important here. Obviously, it saves the developer time and money, and it saves staff time as well working through this. So a number of specific responses on how to improve that process. Objective 8, kind of on that same level, but moving it to more community-wide, is improving collaboration and communications. So again, this strategic plan, as part of that, is how can we improve communication with the community and with developers as well. Building stronger relationships with policymakers, the Water Commission, and others. So these are all things we're doing right now. And then just recognizing the support for investing in these activities. And then the final one, and this is kind of across the board for all strategic plans I think you've been seeing, is addressing our human resources needs. So making sure that we have the appropriate staff and appropriate staffing moving forward. So that stormwater rate adjustment really did help quite a bit with that. We are hoping to have some dedicated stormwater maintenance staff, as well as a lead senior project manager over in Water Services Engineering that can help with CIP project management for stormwater, as well as the rest of water services. So I ran through that very quickly, but happy to take questions, happy to go back to anything specifically. And that's all I have for this particular item.
Thank you, Ed. Do we have questions or comments, Council? I have one question. If you'd go back one slide. Is that a city vehicle, or is that something that was rented to come in during an event?
Oh, great question. So this is actually neither and both, if you will. So this is a DFFM funded piece of equipment. So it's funded by the state. This is our newer combo truck. So this is the combination truck, the 12-yard combination truck that we were able to purchase using DFFM money a year ago. So in 2022, this is actually on Stavana Way. So those are, let's see here, Paul Wolf is on the right, and I can't quite tell who's operating the boom. And they're actually cleaning out that the catch basin right there in Stavana Way. So that is actually from one of the events last year. So we do operate that piece of equipment. It's been a huge help. We have 2 stormwater combo trucks, and both of them are used quite a bit.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any additional questions or comments, so thank you, Ed, and I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move that we approve the draft stormwater strategic plan for 2028.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay.
Mayor, I have a follow-up question. May I?
Certainly.
I should have asked this before. I'm sorry. During public participation tonight, I don't know if you were here then, but there was a woman that had some questions about what's going on Schultz watershed, and Spruce, I'm sorry. So I think the city manager had maybe a comment or an answer to my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. I didn't want to truncate your question, but I know where you're going with it. It is on Spruce Wash, the concern, and specifically whether the enlarging of the Linda Vista culvert would necessitate hardscape along the channel, deepening of the channel. I have it in mind, and we have the note page that was provided. The questions are set forth. I have it in mind to get this in front of our Spruce Wash team. They meet on a weekly basis. We'll get those answers to her and to this council. So we'll work on this right away. Thank you.
Follow up. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, and I'm sure she will appreciate that. I'll just make 2 general comments. One is, I'm an engineer, so I respect what the engineers do, and I'm not going to second guess them in any way, shape, or form. My other comment is that if there is any way we can make this be more of a natural channel as opposed to what Corps of Engineers concrete ditch, I hope we can do that. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I'm going to say, please keep that in mind. Thank you for your comments, Mr. City Manager.
All right, moving down to item number 12.
Mayor, did we read and vote on that? Okay, just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney.
I was out of order, sort of.
Okay. Now I got to get back to where I was. Okay. Do you have a thank you. All right, let's go.
Hey, well, welcome back. So 12E, Stormwater Credit Manual, and I apologize for this one. We did Stormwater Credit Manual last year, but bringing it back just for a very quick revision, hopefully. So the purpose of this presentation is review and revise that Stormwater Credit Manual to provide better equity. This is a follow-up of last year's credit manual revision, which is a fairly substantial one. That was Resolution 2022-54, which was a revision of the 2015 revision, which was Resolution 2015-17. The original credit manual was adopted in 2006. So the purpose of this Stormwater Credit Manual is to provide discounts for your stormwater utility fee based on going above and beyond the minimum for drainage within the city. So staff recommended action here, this is just kind of my cheat sheet here, is to read this resolution and then adopt it if you so desire. So the purpose of this is, again, the existing 20 yeah, I went over this. Yes, the credits are applied by customer service with review by the stormwater staff, and these credits are continual, so not one time. So if you are to receive a credit, that credit continues in perpetuity unless there's a reason for it to be rescinded. So the proposed revision here is fairly minor. It's the creation of sections 1D and 2B for commercial, industrial, multifamily, or HOAs, or that's the homeowners associations, that's 2B, and residential, which is 1D. They both read the same. It's an unpaved access road credit. So essentially what it provides is a credit, a 90% discount given on the impervious surface calculation of the access road only if the access road is composed of cinders, gravel, or dirt, and the landowner can demonstrate that there is 3 times as much contiguous undeveloped land adjacent to the access road. This is due to NRCS standards, so Natural Resource Conservation Service drainage standards. The landowner must attest to maintain a ratio of at least 3:1 undeveloped contiguous adjacent land to access road impervious surface. And a record of this attestation and credit decision will be kept by the stormwater program. If new development occurs near the access road that drops the ratio below 3:1, the discount may be rescinded. So what does that mean? I'm going to give an example here. This is a real-world example. We have a handful, and it really is probably just 20 or 30 parcels of either residential or commercial that are mostly rural within the city limits that have very large access roads that are unpaved, undeveloped, if you will. So this particular one's on Rain Valley Road, and this is, I clipped it to just the parcel itself. The house here is about 800 square feet, so it's kind of a summer shack, if you will. And the majority of their impervious surface is this access road that is dirt or cinder, and their dirt and cinder right here. This is actually their septic system. They are not on city water or city wastewater. And the reason that they have this large access road is for mostly dust abatement. So we have a handful of these properties that more or less have to have a road that offsets them quite a bit from their main road just due to dust abatement or due to septic requirements because you have a setback for their septic or from their wells. So they're required to have essentially a large road. This property in particular with 800 square feet really should have an ERU equivalent rate unit of 2 to 3 at most. And due to this large access road, they have an ERU limit over 10. So essentially they're being charged the residential max, which is 10, just due to the fact that they have to have this large road here. So what we're hoping to do here is kind of fix this little quirk, if you will, in the stormwater utility fee, because we have a handful of properties that are like this, on the residential side. And then we have a handful of properties on the commercial side that have it similar. And the biggest one is us. So the city, as well as the county and a few other what we consider commercial and stormwater, have quite a bit of trails. So we have trails and things that are out in open space that we have to look at as impervious, just due to how we calculate impervious. And really, they have no impact on the stormwater system. They're really not part of the developed part of the city of Flagstaff. So looking at both from that lens as well as the lens of these folks who are truly rural, off of water, off of wastewater, and have, in some cases, very small houses, we're looking at this as a way to provide some benefit. And again, this discount is only for that access road or only for that undeveloped trail type material. So you're still being charged for your typical impervious surface. You'll still be charged for your roofs, for your driveways, not your driveway, but your parking area, any area that is compacted in around the house would still be charged for their typical impervious surface. So that's kind of the quick and dirty of what we are proposing here. And with that, I'll take any questions or discussion.
Thank you. Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. You didn't think I'd let you get away with it totally, right? No, I just had a question, a clarification question. I thought the impervious area was like roof, concrete, blacktop, but you're saying dirt. Just, is it the total property, or can you clarify that?
Yes, it's not total property. So if you look at our stormwater drainage design manual, which is very similar to the county one and others across Arizona, any sort of compacted surface. So if it's a cinder surface that's been compacted, whether it's dirt and it's compacted, that acts as an impervious surface. So essentially, because it's compacted, when it rains on it, it's going to run off. So if I was a drainage engineer and I was designing a new development and it had a cinder driveway, well, you'd have to apply that to whether you're going to the city or county, whoever you're putting your drainage report to, you're going to have to show that change in impervious, because you are actually creating an impervious surface. Even though it's not pavement, it's not concrete, you are changing it where it cannot infiltrate into the ground. So both the city and the county in our drainage design standards and in our code treat any type of cinder, gravel road, even a dirt road, as a compacted surface, and that does have a runoff coefficient to it.
And so my last question is, or maybe last question, before the rate increase that happened in April, we always had a stormwater fee. And so were these properties, as well as the commercial properties, always charged a fee based on that calculation? It's just a higher fee, is that correct?
We're getting into the nuance here. So yes, they were charged a fee, and they were charged based on the ERUs, which included that compacted surface. Now, where I'm talking about nuance is there's a couple things that changed. One, for residential, with that stormwater rate adjustment, we took the cap from 5, which is very low on a nationwide average, to 10. So if this individual in particular was paying for 5, and they had a whole bunch of this driveway area, they would have jumped 5 ERUs right away, just because they had that level of driveway. Now, there's also some nuance, because as we did that stormwater rate adjustment, we were also doing an update of our data, and we were finding that there's a lot of properties, mostly in the rural area, that were not charged correctly, or in some cases not even charged. So there was an update in customer service, as well as on the stormwater side and water services, of really fixing the database, because the database had holes in it. And that's where we're getting some of our feedback, is people that have never paid before or who paid minimal. So they had 1 ERU even though they had a huge house, and we're changing that data. We're finding the errors in our data. That's when we're getting some of that feedback, and we're starting to see the areas that need a little bit of fixing.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Ed. Do I have a motion?
Mayor, I'll move to read resolution number 2023-14 by title only for the first time.
Final time.
Final time.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, City Clerk.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff adopting the 2023 revised Stormwater Credit Manual for the City of Flagstaff.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to adopt?
So move.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Thank you, Ed. All right, moving down to F, consideration and adoption of resolution number 2023-33, IGA between Coconino County, the Superior Court of Coconino County, and the City of Flagstaff for courthouse court security services.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Jessica Cortez. I am the court administrator. I do not have a formal presentation for you this evening, but I would just like to let you know that the purpose of this intergovernmental agreement is to renew an expiring agreement between Superior Court and the Flagstaff Municipal Court to provide security services for our court through the use of our security officers, which we also call bailiffs, to ensure the safety of all individuals in the Flagstaff Municipal Court. And I am happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you. Council, any questions? All right, I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll move that we read resolution number 2023-33 by title only.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Thank you. Moving down to,
Mayor?
oops. Would you like to read that resolution?
Absolutely. A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between Coconino County and the City of Flagstaff for courthouse court security services.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to adopt?
Mayor, I move to adopt resolution number 2023-33.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Now we are moving down to G, consideration and adoption of resolution number 2023-34, a resolution approving the second amendment to the Information System Specialist IGA between the City of Flagstaff and Coconino County to add Coconino County Superior Court as a party to this IGA and to amend the funding schedule.
Good evening again. So as you stated, this is for the purpose of adding Coconino County Superior Court to the party of the agreement, as well as changing or amending the funding schedule of the 2 court IS specialist positions. Specifically, this would be increasing the funding schedule of the second information system specialist to 25%, up from 0%. This change does reflect an accurate allocation of resources and financial responsibility for the respective courts. And again, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Council? All right, I don't see any questions. I will entertain a motion.
I move that we read resolution 2023-34 by title only.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Right.
Aye.
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 Any opposed? City Clerk?
Resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between Coconino County Superior Court, Coconino County, and the City of Flagstaff for countywide information system specialists.
I move to adopt 2023-34.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Down to H, consideration and adoption of resolution number 2023-35 for interpreter services.
Yes, this is my last one of the evening, so thank you all. This is for the purpose of, again, adding Coconino County Superior Court as a party to the intergovernmental agreement and to amend the percentages of funding. Again, this does reflect an accurate allocation of resources of the financial responsibility for the respective courts. This change is specifically decreasing the city's funding percentage from 50% down to 25%. And again, I would be happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Council, any questions? And this is because of the level of use.
That's
yes.
correct, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll move to read resolution number 2023-35 by title only.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? City Clerk?
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council approving an intergovernmental agreement between Coconino County Superior Court, Coconino County, and the City of Flagstaff for interpreter and interpreter coordination.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to adopt?
I move to adopt resolution 2023-35.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Thank you. Moving down to I, consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2023-14, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff authorizing the acquisition of real property for the Lone Tree Overpass project.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. David McIntyre, your Community Investment Director. Although tonight I'm acting in a slightly different capacity due to some of the significant projects that are working through our process currently. I've been asked to help out a little bit, working alongside Bryce and Carmen in the real estate team where possible. And I can tell you, I was the real estate manager here back in 2015, and it is a different job now. They are doing amazing work. It's fun to be a part of, and I really appreciate the chance to work with them. But here I am with this particular ordinance, and in June of 2021, Council approved ordinance number 2021-15. This ordinance is supplemental to that. Basically what's happened is as design has progressed, we've identified additional parcels that will need to be acquired, or rights I should say, because the vast majority of the rights that are going to be needed are what are called temporary construction easements. They're not even a permanent right. But we do have a significant number of acquisitions that will still be needed. I can pull up a map if you are interested, but knowing the significant number of agenda items, I did not prepare a presentation.
I'll take a look at the map.
That's a legal description. So you'll see these are the parcels that could be impacted north of Butler. The majority of them are owned by BNSF. Speaking with Christine Cameron earlier, we are hoping to actually get some of them donated. We will see whether that works out, but we are still working on that. And then on the map south of Butler, you can see some of the parcels which could be impacted. Again, many of these parcels, it would be a contemporary construction easement, not a permanent take. But with a couple of them, there would be some impact to the parcel themselves.
Thank you. Any questions, Council? Or comments? All right. I will entertain a motion.
I move to read ordinance number 2023-14 by title only for the first time. Is that where we are?
I second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? City Clerk?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff authorizing the acquisition of real property for the Lone Tree Overpass project, providing for delegation of authority, subsequent council approvals, severability, and establishing an effective date.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McIntyre.
It was my pleasure. Thank you very much.
All right, we're down to J, consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2023-17, an ordinance of the City Council, the City of Flagstaff, abandoning approximately 5,140 square feet of public right-of-way connecting to the north side of West Route 66.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Bryce Doty, your real estate manager, not some fraud like that man who came before you. I'm here to talk about an abandonment request that we received as part of a development application. So here is where we're at in the world. So we're on the west side of Route 66. This is the aerial. So here's Woodlands Village Drive. So if you just take a right past of Woodlands Village, the applicant owns the parcel right here, to the left of the star, to the right of the star, and then to the two to the right of the star. So they submitted a plan to develop this as a hotel. We received dedicated right-of-way, which is about 20 foot wide, that bisects this. There are existing utilities there, but the city staff, we've determined that we do not need it for any surface improvements. And so they submitted a site plan based on the assumption that we would abandon this. So we've prepared a staff report that identified all of the findings. We do not need it for any public right-of-way except for the ability to maintain the existing utilities in there. So this is what there's existing sewer, some electric, but I want to take you to the site plan that they have conditionally approved based off of this abandonment. So what we're looking at here is, to the right is where the hotel will be, to the left is where the parking and the circulation will be, kind of bisected is where that existing right-of-way is. So that's what they've requested be abandoned. If approved, we will record an additional public utility easement so that those existing utilities will have rights. And that is really the extent of it. By state law, we do have to receive fair market value commensurate with what's abandoned. So we did develop just an estimate of value based off of what they purchased it for in 2018, updated it to reflect current market rates, and then did adjust that price for considerations like it is a fractioned little parcel. So what we determined was that the square foot value of that would be $4.97. So if council approves the abandonment, we would submit this through procurement for a bid. The adjacent parcel would have the preferred bid. So if they did bid at that minimal amount of $4.97 square feet, they would purchase the property. So that's what's going on here. Available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. So what happens if somebody outbids them?
Well, council always, as part of our bidding process, they have the ability to reject all bids. So that's one of the avenues that you have. If somebody really was wanting to to stifle this development, I suppose they could, try to bid that. But then ultimately, we'll bring that contract back to you for consideration.
Okay, thank you. I was just curious.
Any additional questions or comments? I will entertain a motion.
Well, I move to read ordinance 2023-17 by title only for the first time.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? City Clerk?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff abandoning an approximately 5,140 square feet of public right-of-way connecting to the north side of West Route 66, providing for sale of such property, delegation of authority, recording, repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, authority for clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date.
Thank you. Thank you, Bryce.
Thank you.
All right, we are down to K, consideration and approval of preliminary plat.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tiffany Antal, Zoning Code Manager. I know that you've heard a lot about this project, but it seems like it's always good to reiterate the facts about any development project. So let's move forward. Tonight we're here to hear a request for preliminary plat approval for the NAH Health Village, which is located at 1120 West Purple Sage Trail. This overall development would eventually accommodate a proposed mixed-use development subdivision on approximately 172.62 acres, currently located in the estate residential, rural residential, and single-family residential zones. Here is where that 172.62 acres is located. To the north, there is vacant land within the City of Flagstaff, zone single-family residential, as well as the unincorporated community of Mountain Dell. To the south, you have Fort Tuthill County Park, as well as a City of Flagstaff-owned utility parcel. To the west, we have rural residential development, also located in the rural residential or estate residential zones. And to the east is Beulah Boulevard and I-17, and further beyond is Ponderosa Trails. The applicant, NAH Corporation, is requesting preliminary plat approval to allow the subdivision of approximately 172 acres into 5 blocks of land, 2 tracts for future development, and required right-of-way. All blocks and tracts within the proposed preliminary plat conform with both the existing zoning requirements, which again are the RR and the ER zones, as well as the proposed zoning requirements. The plat is intended to be developed in 2 phases. Of the 30 pages that occupy the plat, this is where you get the entire image in one sheet, so I'm sorry it's really small, but you can see the blocks that will be provided, which are Block D, Block E, Block A, Block B, and Block C. The development that you've seen currently includes Block E and Block C. Block E is the location of the hospital. Block C is the wellness retreat. Blocks A and Block B are open space tracts. There are 2 tracts for future development. Those will happen in a future phase when infrastructure is constructed to support those tracts. The required findings for a subdivision plat require that a plat be in conformance with the zoning code, the general plans and subdivisions code, and the engineering design standards and specifications. So the property is currently zoned ER and RR, and there's a tiny, tiny piece in the single-family residential zone. The density calculations are not applied as the subdivision is not intended to create residential lots. The minimum parcel size within the ER and the RR zone is 1 acre, and the minimum parcel size in the R1 zone is 6,000 square feet. All of the blocks and tracts created by this subdivision comply with these standards. Because this is a block plat, individual lot envelopes have also not been provided. In terms of the proposed zoning, a portion of the property within the proposed subdivision, blocks A, B, C, and D, and E, are intended to be rezoned to public facilities and highway commercial. That ordinance has been approved by council and is waiting for its official effective date. The PF zone does not have any standards for lot size, width, or depth, so those parcels will be in conformance. The HC zone has a minimum lot size of 9,000 square feet, and the RD zone has a minimum lot size of 20,000 square feet. All of the blocks in this and tracts in this development will meet these requirements. Just talking about the existing zoning on The left side, you're seeing the existing zoning with the RR and the ER and how that breaks down through the site. To the left, you're seeing the proposed concept plan for the overall health village. Again, the purple area is the hospital site itself, and then the green are the wellness retreat in the open space tracks. As part of determining zoning compliance, we need to look at a resource protection overlay. This shows you that the site is fairly heavily treed throughout the site. There are no slopes, there are no floodplains. The development would be required to, under one zoning, to meet 30%. Under the current zoning of residential, it requires to meet 50%. They can meet either category. The currently programmed removed resources are based on what the future rezoning is, but if the rezonings do not move forward in the process any further, then the tree resources can still be met with the proposed infrastructure. In terms of open space and civic space, we have a large wellness retreat and open space. It's upwards of over 30 acres on the site. Meets all requirements in terms of bike and ped circulation system. The development of the bike and ped facilities is sort of a mix of existing engineering standards and what we assume will be future engineering standards based on the policies of the approved ATMP. So with that, we have a mix within the development. Beulah Boulevard, for example, is proposed to include a foots trail on the eastern side, on the western side of the road, as well as buffered bike lanes on street. The Woody Mountain arterial section would not have bike lanes on the street itself. It would have two 11-foot multimodal paths. Purple Sage Trail would be a mix of multimodal paths, foots trails, but would still also include on-street bike lanes as well as alternative connections and the existing Sinclair Wash Foots Trail. The proposed subdivision plat meets the engineering standards. All of the required public systems analysis have been completed, including a traffic impact analysis, water sewer impact analysis, and stormwater analysis. So just to reiterate, required phase 1 improvements for the development includes the widening of the Beulah corridor to a 4-lane cross-section from Woodlands Village Boulevard to John Wesley Powell, specific intersection improvements along the Beulah and John Wesley Powell corridors. So it's every intersection from essentially Lake Mary Road to John Wesley Powell is getting some level of improvement. And in terms of the water sewer impact analysis, there's an extension of a 16-inch water main that would be extended through the project site. That would be completed in conjunction with the road improvements that need to be approved for the subdivision. Additionally, there's some additional water storage tank capacity that'll be necessary. In terms of wastewater, the sewer line has already been installed, and NAH will just need to make its site connections. And for stormwater analysis, the development of the subject property is proposing the on-site and pre versus post volumetric mitigation in lieu of drainage impact analysis and a downstream analysis. LID requirements will need to be met as each one of these blocks or tracts is development. So meeting the subdivision and land split regulations, this is the last finding. The subdivision code sets out the standards for how a preliminary plat is processed, as well as what the application minimum requirements are. The minimum required subdivision improvements include completing the impact analyses, the lot design, the street design, easements, and block designs, all which have gone through the process. And to sum up, staff is recommending, as well as the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended by a vote of 5-0, in accordance with the required findings, that the City Council approve the preliminary plat subject to these 5 conditions. And if you have any questions, I would be happy to try to answer them.
Thank you, Tiffany. Do we have questions, Council? Will you repeat what an navigation easement is?
Sure. The subject property falls within the airport overlay zone and falls within a certain area in the zoning code that requires a navigation easement. That navigation easement will note to all property owners in the future on that plat that there's airspace above them, and that airspace is regulated by the FAA. It doesn't do more than federal law already does, but it's a great way to notice a property owner that they happen to be in our airspace.
Thank you. All right. Sterling, were you going to say something about plats?
Sure. I appreciate it, Mayor. I didn't know if it was at that point or not, but I know we've been working with rezones in the last several meetings. Plats are a little bit different under our city code. Council has discretion with rezone considerations, but with plats you don't. So just wanted to make sure you were aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the preliminary plat.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Thank you, Tiffany.
Thank you.
All right. L, consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2023-19.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Stacy Salzberg. I'm your city clerk. I'm actually really excited to be here before you tonight to present this item. This is an ordinance to rename the City Clerk Division to the Communication and Civic Engagement Division. Last year, the city manager combined the Public Affairs section and the City Clerk section to create the City Clerk Division. There is a desire to rename the division to a name that more encompasses the entirety of our operations and functions within the division. The core purpose of the division is engagement with the community. We communicate heavily through all forms of media and facilitate citizen communication with their elected officials. We also build relationships with our Indigenous neighbors and our students. We conduct elections, preserve the city's history, ensure transparency in government operations, and ensure compliance with the community's desired labor standards. In its entirety, we provide communication to the community and encourage citizens to engage and participate with their government. We feel that the name of Communication and Civic Engagement is a good representation of all of the functions within our division, and we look to you for approval of that and memorialization in our city code.
Thank you, Stacy. Do we have any questions or comments, Council? All right, I will. How does this work when you're standing there and then you have to read the ordinance?
Oh, is the city manager going to read?
I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move to read ordinance number 2023-19 by title only for the first time.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Councilmember McCarthy.
I think it's kind of confusing that you have two people in your office that are both called Stacy. How can we address that?
That one we are still trying to figure out.
All right, please work on that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, City Clerk.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff amending the Flagstaff City Code Chapter 1-18 Administrative Departments to rename the City Clerk Division to the Communication and Civic Engagement Division, providing for repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, authority for clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date.
Thank you. Moving down to M, consideration and adoption of ordinance number 2023-18.
Well, you can't get rid of me that quickly, so I'm here for the next ordinance. So this ordinance will amend our city code to clarify that initiative and referendum measures are able to be held at special elections. So state law allows for local initiative and referendum measures to be held at special elections so long as the city council adopts an ordinance that grants that authority. Due to the infrequent nature of initiatives and referendums, a special election has not been needed for this purpose because the timing of those prior initiatives or referendums has really aligned with our regularly standing election cycle. So at this time, staff would like to update our city code to provide council with the ability to call a special election if desired for the purpose of an initiative or referendum. This change would not obligate the city to hold an initiative or referendum measure at a special election. It simply gives the council the authority and the ability to do that if it is so desired. And with that, I can answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments, council? I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'd like to read ordinance number 2023-18 by title only for the first time.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, City Clerk.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Flagstaff amending the Flagstaff City Code Title I, Administrative Chapter 1-16, City Elections, to provide for the manner of conducting elections for initiative and referendum measures, providing for severability, authority for clerical corrections, and establishing an effective date.
Thank you. And while you're up, we might as well go to N.
Thanks. So item N is a resolution to call a special election for November 7, 2023, for the purpose of advancing charter amendments for consideration of the voters. In early May, Council gave direction to staff to advance 20 city charter amendments to the voters this November. Since that time, staff has worked to verify and refine the ballot language for each proposed amendment. During the verification process, one of the questions was actually eliminated, which will leave us a total of 19 proposed amendments. The eliminated question was related to voter registration, and what currently exists within the charter is correct, and there are no modifications needed to that section. In addition to the charter amendments, a referendum is currently being circulated with regards to ordinance number 2023-11. The filing period for the referendum ends on July 6th of this year, and we will not know if the referendum will qualify for placement on the ballot within the time frame required to advertise for pro-con statements from the public. As such, we are including the referendum in this resolution to call the election, contingent upon the qualification of signatures. Pro-con statements from the public will be accepted for both the city charter amendments as well as the potential referendum, with the understanding that if the referendum question is not placed on the ballot, then those pro-con statements would not be included in the published publicity pamphlet.
And what will be the deadline for pro-con statements?
That is an excellent question. Let me get through these pages of questions. The deadline to submit those will be Wednesday, August 9th at 5 o'clock p.m.
Thank you. All right. Do we have any, Councilmember McCarthy?
I read through the draft ballot initiatives, and I guess I have a problem with one of those. One of them says that the city council by ordinance can decide how many signatures are required to get on the primary ballot for a city council candidate. I think that is ripe for abuse. I think future councils might make decisions based on what their personal agendas are. It kind of reminds me of a rule change that was made before any of us were on council about how the vice mayor is chosen. And they made a change in the rules to prevent a certain person from being allowed to be the vice mayor. And it was very deliberate. And I don't want that type of thing to happen in the future. I think that the number of signatures required, and I'm fine with the number that's in the draft, but I think that should be in the charter, not dictated by ordinance. I don't know if this is the proper time to talk about that, but I feel pretty strongly about this.
So, Mayor and Council, this one is simply about the call of election. It's not on the actual substance of the charter amendments, but I do know that Stacy could address just basically, without getting into a long discussion about it.
A clarification, which Stacy? We have so many.
The one at the lectern.
Okay.
So the ballot language, thank you for bringing that up. We can certainly talk about that here. So the way that this provision within the charter is proposed for amendment is that the ordinance that council would choose to adopt is very specifically laid out in state statute. So to give you an example, the council couldn't pass an ordinance that says we want any candidate to bring forward 6,000 signatures. The way that the ordinance would work and the way that it is stated in state law is that the council could pass an ordinance that says citizens who are interested in running for council, you can submit 1,000 signatures minimum up to 10% of the prior election, the voter turnout from the prior election. It caps that number at 1,000, meaning it's, let me read really quick, just whatever it says here. The city council may provide by ordinance that the minimum number of signatures required for a candidate be 1,000 signatures or 5% of the vote in the city, whichever is less. So the 1,000 signatures is very specific. It could not move from that 1,000 range. If for some reason the 5% calculation is less than that 1,000, then obviously we would default to that particular requirement. So yes, it gives councils the ability to adjust, if you will, the signature requirement, but it's very specific in that it cannot be less than or more than 1,000. I'm sorry, it can't be more than 1,000 should that be chosen.
Could you read the exact wording again?
Of course.
I've read it about 3 times, but once more.
Yeah, and I apologize. I'm certainly I'm not articulating very well today, so I do apologize for that. So the language would be changed to, the city council may provide by ordinance that the minimum number of signatures required for a candidate be 1,000 signatures or 5% of the vote in the city, whichever is less, but not more than 10% of the vote in the city. And that is quoted directly from the statute that allows that ordinance to be adopted by council.
So it's saying that council can adopt that. Could council adopt some other rule, like 1,200 signatures?
They could not, because the law, the state law, doesn't allow for that. It only allows for 1,000 or 5%, whichever is less.
So what you're saying is the council could not change it to 2,000 or 800 or some other number.
Correct.
So in effect, this would say the new rule is what you just read. And, and council wouldn't have any choice in changing it to something different.
That is correct. This new language would allow you as a council to pass an ordinance saying the minimum number of signatures will be 1,000.
And nothing else.
Correct.
No other options. Okay.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. So just for further clarification, in passing an ordinance as opposed to putting it in the city charter, future council members can change the ordinance to just be 5% without the minimum 1,000. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In any given year?
Correct.
I'll try to wrap this up. I still think it should be in the charter, not by ordinance, because of what Ms. Matthews just brought up. because some future council could change it to the 5% or whatever. So maybe this isn't the time to talk about this, but that's how I feel.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, if I may, as a council, all of these were presented to you and you were given the opportunity to say yay or nay, thumbs up or thumbs down. You only had the opportunity to do one thumb up or thumb down, Jim. I know you like to vote twice, but the bottom line is it was direction from council to move forward with that. This call of election actually is about also the pro-con arguments. You're welcome to submit a pro or a con argument if this resolution passes.
Well, is there opportunity for, or interest, maybe there isn't, by other councils to consider my suggestion? And if there is, we can bring it back and talk about it next month or whatever.
So we are running up against our timeline and our deadline to submit our questions not only to the county, but to also solicit for those pro-con arguments from the public. At this point, perhaps if the council is not comfortable with this particular question, the option could be that we remove it entirely from consideration, and we can, perhaps consider it at a future election.
I want to get this done. So I'm going to ask the other council members, do you have any interest in pursuing what I'm suggesting? If not, I'll shut up and move on.
And if I can add one more piece, and I apologize. Your consideration or your suggestion is that that in the charter we state that it's 1,000 or 5%, whichever is less.
That is correct.
And I know that both the Vice Mayor and Council Member Harris have indicated they have comments too.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. This is a good discussion. I appreciate returning to the topic. This is important, Councilmember McCarthy, and I thank you for the due diligence on the specific language. My sense is that I have a question real fast for Stacy. The 5% rule, I don't have the language in front of me, is about the previous general election, right? We're not able to anchor this to a special election.
That is correct. It is tied to the prior general election at which the mayor was elected.
So, well, thank you for clarifying that. I that's what I believed. I just wanted to have it stated out loud. Councilmember McCarthy, while I think your point is valid and I share your concern, I also think it's a bit moot in the sense that I don't think we're going to have an election anytime soon in which the previous general election had so few votes that the minimum would drop below 1,000. And that's just a practical ramification of the reality of how many people vote in Flagstaff. Although I do see your point, I'm willing to forego the need to discuss this further because I just really don't think that it's ever going to come up in reality.
Councilmember Harris?
I was just going to say that I think we should go ahead and move forward, and we did have an opportunity to look, and I think that should have been the time that we should have brought these things up. No disrespect, Councilmember McCarthy. Really respect your experience, but I think we need to move.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Okay, and thank you, Ms. Harris. I appreciate that. In response to Mr. Aslan's comments, a future council could say, let's go back to the 5% rule, and who knows, it might take 4,000 signatures to get on the ballot. And I notice that Stacy is shaking her head yes. So that's my concern. Having done this many times, getting 2,000 signatures or so is quite a task. So anyway, if we want to move on, fine. I'll leave it at that.
Vice Mayor.
If we are moving on, I do have another question for Stacy, unrelated to previous conversation.
Okay, then just one second.
Okay.
So for signatures, what we have going to the voters is what is allowable. It's the language that's allowable under state statute.
That is correct.
And if we were going to remove or change part of it, would we take out the 1,000 and just leave the 5%?
If you didn't want, I'm sorry, can you restate that question for me?
Maybe.
I'm trying, I don't know that I quite followed.
So the statute has to include a percentage of the previous general election where a mayor was elected. Is that correct?
So that's the way that the calculation stands regardless. And that is what we operate under currently. This particular change would include a provision that is in state statute that allows a council to pass an ordinance to reduce that number to 1,000, but also caveat that with unless the 5% is less than 1,000.
But the 5% is not necessary to be in alignment with state statute.
Not within our charter, because that is what we're already operating under.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember McCarthy?
So if we leave this wording the way it is now, and if future council says we're going to go with the 5% rule instead of the 1,000, which would be allowed under this new wording, we could have a situation where it might take thousands of signatures to get. And let's put this in perspective. At the last election, only 2 candidates got enough signatures because the number of signatures required was very high. As the city grows, we might have a situation where we don't have any candidates to get enough signatures because it is so difficult. If you're willing to accept that, fine, move on.
And City Attorney, your point was that we cannot change this language at this point.
No, actually, because the language is being presented to you for the call of election, if you wanted to remove the question entirely, you could.
But we can't change the language within the question.
Yeah, this is your opportunity right now to do that.
Okay.
I hate to belabor this, but we could delete the question, or is there any reason we couldn't change the wording of it right now, tonight?
You absolutely have the opportunity to change the wording of it.
Thank you.
The concern I had was that if you were going to do that, drafting wording here from the dais is not best practice. That said, it can be done. Typically, it would require more time to come back, and that would be my recommendation, but you could do it if you wanted.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I got confused because I thought when this was originally presented, we were talking about language in our city charter. And now we're talking about this being an ordinance. And so I must have dozed off or something. So I'm still a little confused. Like if it was in the ordinance, then it would take a public election to change it back in any way, right? And so that's where I was kind of stuck on to say, why isn't it just going to be adopted into the city charter?
It's a great question. So the way that our city charter is currently in force is we basically just follow the 5%, 10% rule that's in state statute as it relates to elections. The language that we're adding, or we're proposing to add to our charter, would allow the council the opportunity, if they so choose, to pass an ordinance to change the signature requirement. The way that the law, state law, is written is that you guys can do this, but it has to be done by ordinance. So while we're putting the ability for you to do this in our city charter, because it doesn't exist currently.
I get it now. I was missing that piece and it wasn't connecting. So I thank you.
Of course.
Okay, before I move on to Vice Mayor's question, which is on another topic, but within this, and then we have a public commenter, is there anyone who would like to withdraw this question from what goes on the ballot in November?
Or change the language.
Or change the language?
I would like to change the language, but assuming that the council does not want to change the language, I still want to put it on the ballot.
Okay, then I will move on to Vice Mayor's question.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Stacy, I'm curious if you or your office has considered or done any analysis on how the potential referendum might impact the success of any of these questions, given the potential for the referendum to draw a different set of voters to the election than would otherwise have come forward during our typical special election process.
That's a loaded question, Vice Mayor, and somewhat subjective, so I don't know that I have a good answer for you. I will say that this particular special election will be a mail-only ballot, meaning it will be a vote-by-mail election, and those tend to have a lower voter turnout percentage than a typical general election polling place election. With the addition of a referendum, should it qualify for the ballot, and kind of the public involvement in that particular referendum, it may bring more voters out, which is always fantastic.
Or a different subset.
It could be a different subset, but that's too far beyond what I would be able to predict. I think the only consideration that I would bring to the table here is the number of questions that we're looking at placing on this ballot at 19. So the addition of a referendum question would be at 20. We've had conversations before with this process about voter fatigue and what that might do for the outcome of our elections. But that's something for I think you all to wrestle with. It is a consideration, but I don't know that I have a good answer as to what that may or may not do. I think it's really speculative.
Stacey, it is speculative, and the question is kind of just meant that way. It's mostly just to voice for the record an interesting consideration that I thought of. I'm not involved in the referendum process in any way, but I do recognize that it could potentially change the formula for who votes in this particular special election. And I know that we place these items on the ballot because we're looking for highly informed voters to help us pass these things that we want to see. If we have a highly motivated voting bloc that is clearly in opposition to some of the city's stated goals, it could have an impact on things. I don't know that it would, and I am being speculative. I don't think we need to linger on it very much because I don't think we're going to change our decision that we've previously made to go forward with these questions. Just something to consider and something to keep an eye on, and something to remember during the phase in which we're making our case for why these 20 items or these 19 items need to move forward. Thank you. Just throwing that out there for food for thought.
And if there are no further questions from council members, I'm going to take public comment.
Mayor, our commenter tonight is Sabrina. Sabrina, you may go ahead and address Mayor and Council.
I guess I just have one question, which is, this was brought up before, and it seems like we're in a big rush to make this happen. And I guess I'm unclear as to why And as it was mentioned, male turnout doesn't always come to the table, and yet we're increasing the number of signatures. Thanks for taking my question.
Thank you. All right, any additional questions or comments? Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Stacy, on our 19 questions, or for that matter, the referendum, is there a minimum amount of votes that have to come in to pass these city charter questions?
There is not. I will share, just for the benefit of the comments that we just heard and for the council, that we were very deliberate in wanting to have a special election that focused solely on charter amendments. I've said this before, charter amendments can be a bit technical. A lot of times folks want to have some time to look at the materials, consider those questions, and it's hard when you are facing other state measures, county measures, school measures, that we thought, we're coming from the perspective of wanting to have a ballot that has full focus on city matters and not having to compete with the other things that come forward during our general election cycle.
All right, I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll move to read resolution number 2023-39 by title only.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? City Clerk?
A resolution of the Flagstaff City Council ordering and calling a special election for the city for November 7th, 2023, to submit questions to the qualified electors of Flagstaff with respect to amendments to the Flagstaff City Charter and a potential question proposed by referendum related to ordinance number 2023-11.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to adopt?
I move to adopt resolution number 2023-39.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you so much, Stacy.
Thank you, Council.
And we will take a 17-minute break since it's 6:18.
Mayor, we also have 2 council members online, so.
All right, let's go. Moving on to O, discussion and possible action, use of the council initiative fund. So we briefly discussed this at the budget retreat, and I put out an email asking council whether they would be interested in sponsoring Movies on the Square. And I don't really remember some of the other items that came up. Oh, we had talked about the stipend for the Youth Poet Laureate. Do you remember what else? What did you yes, so go ahead, Councilmember McCarthy.
I was wondering if we could take this money from this year and next year and put it together with the money that is been allocated to build pickleball courts at Bushmaster and find some additional money, because it probably would take a little bit more money, and use that to instead build pickleball courts at Thorpe Park, at the dog park, and of course create a new dog park. So that's my idea. I'd be interested if any staff people have any thoughts about, is there any way we could make that happen?
I'll jump in and invite Rick Tatter to join me. This is not a rollover fund, of course, so the monies from one year to the next have to be expended, and not only that, but they have to be expended prior to the end of the fiscal year, meaning we have several days to do that before July 1st. With receipt of that expenditure by July 1st so that we can button up our records, I do not believe the fund is set up to where it can be accumulated over time for that reason. Am I wrong on that, Rick?
No, you're absolutely correct. Monies would just go, any unspent money would go back to the general fund and fund balance and be part of next year's budget allocations.
I did have a comment within the scope of the agenda item. It is the initiative fund that we're talking about tonight, not a much broader taking funds that would have been expended here. It's not a budget discussion, it's just the initiative fund that's on.
All right, so my idea is a good idea, but it really doesn't work. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Matthews.
Well, I was just going to say that I'm in favor of the movies in the Heritage Square and funding that on the 1st of July.
Thank you.
I too am in favor of that, Mayor.
Councilmember Harris?
Yeah, I sent you a note back last night. I'm in favor also. I just wanted to know, remind me again how much is in that fund? Does it?
Each year we put in $25,000.
Okay.
We designed this 3 years ago. It is intended to cover things that arise during the course of the year that are typically unforeseen. I can give you some examples. You know, I think there was a council survey conducted at one time. I know some funds were allocated in previous years to the trail initiative. And the idea is that the mayor just restated coming from the last retreat, things like that. It is not something that has to be expended, of course, but I think this discussion is very timely. If we can, whatever the outcomes are, if we can manage to get those monies allocated and acknowledged with receipt prior to July 1st. Correct, Rick? So, okay. Yeah, turn it back to you, Mayor. Thanks.
Councilmember Harris?
Yeah, so Rick, does the money have to be actually spent, or does it have to be, or do we have to have an invoice for it?
It's supposed to be contractor spent and goods received by June 30th.
June 30th.
Yeah, June 30th. Yep.
Okay. What does that do for the movie?
We'd be spending it in the next fiscal year if we sponsored a movie on the square.
From next year's 25,000. Yep.
So this money would be gone then, June 30th?
Correct.
Technically, right? Okay, so we're spending next year's money if we do that.
For something occurring next year, yes. But
Okay.
if you want something to happen before June 30th this year,
Okay.
and under 5,000, we can sole source, but as we get a certain purchasing thresholds, we've got to make sure we get two things right.
Okay.
But as long as we get it spent by June 30th, we can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Councilmember McCarthy and then Councilmember Howe.
Well, two things. There seems to be some support for movies on the square. My question is, how much would that cost? And then my second comment is about all these rules. These rules don't come from God or the state legislature. I think we could change any of these rules if we wanted to. Not that I'm going to suggest that, but everybody's pretending like God said no. We could change any of these rules.
Can we change rules regarding money allocation or spending money by the end of the year from present allocations? I've worked with fiscal years before, so I'm just wondering, can we change the rule that the money we have that was allocated for this fiscal year that we're in right now, do we not have to spend that money now?
Technically, you need to spend it this year because it is not in next year's budget.
Okay.
There is no budget authority to add 25,000. We can't just add.
Okay.
We got a maximum allowance.
So that's what I'm asking. So that $25,000 or whatever that's sitting in that pot right now, we have to spend it by June 30th. Is that correct?
Or not spend it. And
Or
let
not
it roll
spend
into
it.
fund
Okay.
balance.
Spend it or
To be
not
honest,
spend it.
you know,
Okay, thank you.
If we have this conversation sooner in April or so forth and you want to roll it over, that's the time we could have the conversation and add it to the 25. But we have an adopted budget, and that's what it is. It wasn't intended to build up funds. Thanks.
Councilmember House.
Before my comment or question, I think there was a question from Councilmember McCarthy about how much was left for this year. Was that answered?
25.
My question was, how much does the movie cost if we put money into one of these movie things?
Well, if we want to sponsor one, it would be $1,000, and if we wanted to do two, $2,000.
Thank you. I appreciate the answer.
Go ahead, Councilmember House.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. My comment was that I'm in support of sponsoring one or two movies for this year. I did just want to see if anything had happened with the Poet Laureate recommendation or suggestion. I think there were two different suggestions there. So there was looking at the allocation of funding for the Youth Poet Laureate. And I had presented a fair at one point about just a poet laureate for the city of Flagstaff. I don't think that there would be time or resources to use anything towards that, but I did want to make sure that we don't overlook the potential of supporting the Youth Poet Laureate for this year within this fiscal year, if that's possible.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember House. That would be possible, right? This is through the Flagstaff Book Festival, and we had been in discussions with them about the Youth Poet Laureate. In order to be recognized by the Library of Congress, they need to be affiliated with a city. So it would be like the Flagstaff City Council's and the Book Festival's Youth Poet Laureate.
So we can look into it and see if we can get it done. Is it that we would get in contract with the agency and have them deliver the youth laureate, poetry laureate?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is that we would provide money for a stipend and maybe a small amount for travel for this youth poet laureate. And my thinking is that we would contract with the book festival, and that money would go to the book festival to go to their youth poet laureate.
Yeah, we can look into getting into contract with them for that service. Probably get that done before June 30th.
So would council be interested, willing to designate, say, $5,000 to the book festival for a youth poet laureate? Yes, Councilmember Harris.
Okay, there's a whole bunch of questions that go along with that. Who's going to select the poet laureate? What's going to be the selection process? What are we going to judge it on? I mean, there's a whole bunch. I don't mind doing that, but it's a process. So
the book festival has already selected their youth poet laureate, and the youth poet laureate is already working within the community to bring additional youth into their work that they're doing with the book festival. And we could talk to the book festival about whether there's room for the council to weigh in on how they select that person. But for this year, they've already selected the young woman.
okay. So for this year, since they've already selected, and I don't want to hold it up if that's what we want to do, but for next year, definitely we should have the opportunity to weigh in on that, because I don't know what their process looks like, and I don't know how equitable it is. So that's my idea.
Is there any additional comment or questions about that, about the book festival? I saw thumbs up. Okay. And is the amount okay? All right. And then for the movies on the square in Heritage Square, do we want to do 2 movies over the course of their schedule? 2 movies? Okay. And one thing that we had discussed previously, and we might want to keep this conversation until we're talking about the next fiscal year, but is helping to sponsor startup events or festivals just on a startup basis, not on an ongoing basis. And I'm wondering, the one that we had discussed was the Flagstaff International Film Festival. But, so I don't know if council members have any thoughts about sponsoring that kind of activity. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. I am interested in that. I don't think it will be feasible for this year, but I think it's a bigger conversation that we should have.
So were there other suggestions? Or we can just move on. We can say the book festival and movies on the square. Staff, are we good?
I think we are good. I believe we'll need a motion to that effect when you're ready. Thank you.
So we're talking about 2 fiscal years here. So we're talking about the poet laureate for this year that we're in, and movies on the square for the next year. So we're spending, if we make motions tonight, depending on what motions we make, we're talking about spending money this year, and then now we're starting to talk about spending money next year. And next year's poet laureate will come, it might come in that, and that's where we need to have some discussions about process. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So the 2,000 would be for next fiscal year. The 5,000 would be for this fiscal year.
And I would just recommend that the motion state those amounts and those years, just like you said.
Okay. Can I get a motion?
I'll make the motion to allocate $5,000 to the book festival to support the Youth Poet Laureate for this fiscal year, and $2,000 to support 2 movies on the square for the next fiscal year.
Thank you.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. So we can move down to item 13A, downtown snow operations discussion.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Scott Overton, Public Works Director. I'm joined here this evening by Rebecca Sayers, our Parks, Recreation, Open Space, and Events Director. You're going to hear from both of us this evening. We also, of course, have our subject matter experts with us, Amy Hagan and Sam Beckett. I do want to let you know and kind of remind you that this is part 3 of a series of conversations that we began last week. And I think both Sam and Amy did a really nice job laying out the operation elements of not only the Parks Group, but our Streets Group, and how those interact more in the transportation network and throughout our pedestrian and bike networks. Tonight, we're going to build upon those conversations, and we're not going to get as much detail into the amount of equipment or the amount of personnel. That was spent a lot of time last week in discussion. This week, we will build on those presentations and really focus this conversation on the downtown core. And we'll show you a map in a bit that'll designate, in particular, some of the alleyways, some of the geographic locations. But we all know North Downtown and South Downtown, very unique, by far our most urban environment, and it deserved the attention this evening to really talk through some of those issues that we heard about this last winter. Understanding those unique operations is a little bit nuanced, and it is a little bit different than what you saw in presentations 1 and 2. So we're going to want to go through that tonight. You're going to learn about the infrastructure limits and some of the challenges we run into during winter events, and those limits that they challenge our operators and technical staff with. And then, of course, we would like to provide our thoughts for your discussion, and hopefully that based on your observations, your community contacts, and some of the things you've been hearing, we can have a very good, healthy dialogue about what we might want to try and do differently. We'll provide you some suggestions, but of course, we're always here to listen and take some of the feedback this evening. So I'm going to turn it over to Rebecca, and you're going to learn all about infrastructure.
Thank you, Scott. So I just wanted to make sure that we're all starting from the same or at least similar knowledge base. Some of us might spend a lot of time in our alleys and others might not. So let's go on a little tour of what our alleys look like. This is a good example of we call it the Aspen Alley. So to the right on this screen is the alley that is north-south oriented across from Heritage Square. And Aspen is the street there on the left. But we're going to talk about the different infrastructure that you will see in the alleys, and by that I mean not in a negative way, but obstacles to some of our snow operations in the winter. So you can see here on the left that we have light poles, we have APS boxes, we have bollards. We have hopefully some artwork returning on that box there on the utility box to the left. We have gutters coming down that are along the walls. We have APS poles, utility poles. We have dumpsters that need to be protected from drive-through traffic. That blue box, I believe, is also like a grease trap for restaurants to collect and use. We have gas meters. We have business access. You can see there's a little ramp here on the picture to the left. We, of course, have some conditions that are where the pavement is not so great, so it collects cinders and water. We'll talk about that. But what this means, and this picture in the center is a good example of when we plow an alley, whether with a backhoe or a pickup truck, we're not going to be able to go all the way to the sides. And that's what I wanted to point out in reviewing those pictures with you. And to remove the snow along the sides because of all those obstacles becomes more of a small equipment or hand operation. What you see in the top left corner is a hand operation that park staff and friends have to do pretty much every year. This is that little alley, the pedestrian alley that goes over from Heritage Square to San Francisco Street. And the snow from that roof over the ramp that goes down to the parking garage off of San Francisco dumps its snow on that alley. And we remove that by hand. We try to get to it as fast as we can because once it ices up, it's hard to remove. So that's what a hand operation looks like. That's why we're including this picture. The picture on the lower left, I'll just point out now, we'll talk a little bit later about haul-out operations. This is an example of what it looks like after Streets does their haul-out operations, so please just keep that in mind for future reference. I also wanted to let you know about the other alleys that we do, so I'll show you a map in a moment. Parks doesn't just do alleys in the downtown core. We actually have alleys that we service all over town, including in Sunnyside, off of Milton Road, in Plaza Vieja, in Townsite neighborhood, and Southside, as well as downtown. This is an alley, I believe, in the Townsite area. So the picture on the left is before we plow it. The picture on the right is after we plow it. You can see that we have similar obstacles, but this is, these are people's homes that we're plowing through. So we actually are never quite sure what someone might have under that snow that is their residential private property. So these alleys are a real, it takes a very special individual to be able to have the nerve to do these alleys, and we appreciate our team that does these. In the picture on the right shows after it was plowed. This picture was taken from a pickup truck that is trying to get down the alley, which you cannot see, but at the very end is our backhoe that is stuck. So that's another challenge that we face, is as we're trying to be so careful in these areas, as the snow gets deeper, we have to try to use different equipment, and even we get stuck. So just wanted you to have that information so we're all kind of starting at the same page. This is the map I was promising that shows the network of our alleys. This is really just focused around the downtown area, but it's a lot of alleys. It's not just the ones that we're familiar with in the pedestrian core of downtown. So in general, the snow operations are divided up between streets and parks. Each plays a unique role, as I've mentioned. And we have to talk to each other and choreograph like who's doing what and when, so that we're not, as little as possible, dumping snow back from one group to the other. Streets operations downtown focuses on roadways, intersections, and parking stalls. Parks operations focuses on those alleys that we just discussed, all city parking lots in the downtown area, and if you can see the little purple spots on the map that's in this background, those are all the parking lots that Parks is responsible for. All of the furnishings, now certainly we use and appreciate our partners like the DBA and Park Flag that help us to uncover trash cans, park benches, or the benches that are downtown, bicycle racks. All of those furnishings eventually need to be cleared out. Parks is also responsible for clearing the parking garage ramp. Even though it's covered, it gets snow covered and it gets slick. and Parks is responsible for that. We also are, and I think you've heard us mention this before, in charge of clearing off Heritage Square. We have weight limit issues there, so we need to get the snow off, so that's a haul out operation. It's also, that's our square, that's where we want people to be safe and be able to congregate, so it's for safety reasons that we have that operation there as well. Both sections, as I mentioned, do haul out operations. So the square, as an example, for a Parks haul out operation, we remove the snow off of the square, we store it in parking stalls on Aspen, and then we come through at 2 a.m. and load it up into trucks and haul it out and dump it. Streets will do a similar haul out operation. Going back to that picture I told you to keep in mind, they need to do haul out operations to be able to clear out the parking stalls. And as you saw in that picture, it leaves a berm at the curb that then businesses and parks and DBA and Park Flag try to come through, and they do try to cut holes in that so that people can get through to the parking stalls. But that's our current operation. That's what we mean when we say haul out operations. I think that's my slides, and I'm going to turn it back to Scott. But are there any questions about kind of the basics before I leave? Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. I will say that all of these are timed, and we didn't spend a lot of time on the when, but clearly the haul-out operations, for example, normally are very, very early morning hours or in the overnight hours. And then you always have your priority service, as Sam laid out last week, where you'll have priority 1 trucks that keep the roadways open, and then Amy and her protocol with the parks team trying to get to those alleys as quickly as possible in their list of priorities as they go through. But I think it's important that once we get through the plowing operation to recognize that after it stops snowing, that doesn't mean our work stops. And this slide really will talk to that event or timeline within a winter storm. And there are a lot of things we monitor. So every group and every task that is done is monitored and kind of kept track of as conditions change. And these are some of the big ones. So snow storage becomes a large issue during large events. Oftentimes it's not practical to haul out snow on every single snow event downtown. As Sam mentioned last week, we have to dress those snow plows down, create a hauling operation. We schedule an overnight hour for a full crew to go and take those out. So if we were to do it at every single storm, it would become pretty impractical fairly quickly. So what you'll see is you'll see a buildup of those windrows when we start to really see traffic impacts and parking impacts become significantly hampered. We'll go in and pull that snow from those parking stalls and we shut the road down. But snow storage becomes an indicator for us that conditions are really worsening. So we watch that closely. Clearly travel lane and parking impacts are the first thing we see when we start to run out of that snow storage room. Freeze thaw and icing issues, this is constant in every shaded area of the community, whether it's north of a tall building on campus, which we do not plow, but we see the same effects. A tall building on Butler or in the downtown corridor, if it does not get sun, it stays iced over for a fair portion of the winter months, and the alleys are really susceptible to that freeze thaw and icing issue. Freeze thaw, we run about 200 freeze thaw cycles a year, so every day it'll warm up to that 40, 45, 50. You'll see the roofs start to melt off, you'll see sidewalks start to look better, you'll see the parking lots melt out, and then that same night we see those 15, 20 degree temperatures and it freezes up once again. So that constant cycle, not only is it hard on the infrastructure that Rebecca showed you, but it's also hard on crews because they have to continually address those freeze thaw cycles. We do have traction control. Right now we're utilizing ice cinders, and that is a fairly short-term treatment. We use it on roadways most often. Alleys get a limited or minimal amount of traction control and cindering as crews are available and as access allows. But that does become fairly treacherous, especially during large wintry months and larger snowstorms that have kind of impacted those alleys. And really the traction control does not do a lot of help when we see those freeze-thaw cycles kick in. In addition, They are fairly short term in terms of tenure. You know, once they have sat on the road for a while, if there's any traffic, they tend to blow off. So on a roadway section, you'll see them blow off fairly quickly. We have a little more success keeping them in a alley setting where the speeds are very low, however. And then, of course, post-storm sweeping and cleanup. As you can imagine, the more ice cinders we put down, the more cleanup it requires. A lot of the infrastructure is not very conducive because the cinders will go under those gas meters and around those electrical boxes. So if we utilize a full-size street sweeper, it does a decent job right down the middle of the alley, but we definitely have some mechanical limitations to get around the meters and in the tighter locations or under utilities. So that does require some handwork when it's possible. So these are the most common impacts and concerns we hear from you or from community members or we're aware of. Doesn't mean it's an all-inclusive list, but clearly pedestrian movement can be limited, and we do try to keep our pedestrian traffic on those sidewalks, and we would like to keep them on the pedestrian infrastructure. We understand alleys are utilized in particular for deliveries and for people trying to cut through a block, but they are not the best location for pedestrian traffic. So we certainly like to try to push all pedestrian activity as much as possible to a shoveled sidewalk on a street edge, if preferred. We have reduced parking availability, clearly as stalls get eaten up with snow storage or berms are even piled or private business owners start to utilize corners. We see this impacted fairly quickly. Definitely towards 3 or 4 storms in, you'll see impacts of large snow piles. Icy conditions and drainage issues. We saw a couple pictures even tonight where you see some water ponding and puddling, but that constant ice and roof flow coming off those rooftops and those drains and gutters, they're just filling that alley and those shaded corridors with water. So we do see those icy conditions in the alleys, but even on the north sides of those buildings, we'll see that on street conditions. Single travel lane, this doesn't happen too terribly often, but we will get to a point where it's just choked down to where it's just safer for cars to be in a single lane. Most of the time they kind of self-regulate and get back to that travel pattern once conditions warrant. You see it a lot on the one-way streets where they have parking on both sides and they can kind of take up the one lane and get north and south more frequently. Sweeping frequency and the limitations, I spoke to those. Also, we'd love to have more sweepers, of course. We'd love to have more dedicated crews. We're trying to hit all of the network, but I think we hear often that we'd like to see an increase in sweeping frequency downtown. And then the responsibility and understanding of common areas. So oftentimes it is an education and a learning curve for our business owners to understand exactly what parks completes, what streets will complete, and then what really is of great assistance by private property owners. And then along the Route 66 portion of properties, it is ADOT jurisdiction. So we don't have control over the roadway, but we still clearly have pedestrian infrastructure that we need to keep as clean as possible. So understanding those common areas, those public use areas is very important. Code compliance is clearly a strong piece and an important element. We heard you loud and clear last week when this came up, and I think it would be fair for us to say we added this slide just for this evening because I think we all knew it, and we did not have it in last week's presentation, but Reggie does a great job working with us and our police department and our Park Flags friends. We understand it's going to require good cooperation, good coordination and communication. I will say Reggie gets a gold star from me in this regard. He works his tail off to get best compliance as possible without the heavy hand of a fine or an ordinance telling us what to do. Reggie really works hard with businesses to try to get as best compliance as possible. I will say I think we need to revisit this conversation with Reggie and code compliance as a whole, and I think in the fall we would like to come back and talk a little bit more in depth about their response and some of the outcomes based on the feedback you gave us last week, but I wanted to make sure we mentioned it tonight. And then of course, this will require community participation and active roles, and the staffing of Reggie's program is clearly only going to be as effective as he has people. So we're going to go through 3 sets of action plans, and these are, again, not all-inclusive. You are going to add to these. You might want to reorder them a bit, but they really are the group's collective brain effort to bring you some pretty good things to start working on. Shorter term, and by shorter term I mean leading up into next season. In the incident management world, we have what we call a cooperators meeting, and I learned a lot about this from Director Beckett. In particular, last MLK storm, we stood up that IMT. We utilized a cooperators briefing meeting, and it taught us valuable things from everyone, whether it was Mountain Line or FUSD or just a utility partner. We think that our regular season could benefit from a cooperators meeting. So why not have one of those before the season even starts to make sure we're clearly communicating all of our expectations, we understand everyone's needs and responsibilities. So I think this is not only an easy one, but it's probably one of the more exciting ones to look forward to. And I think we're going to see some buy-in with all of our partners in the business community, the DBA, the utility companies, our delivery drivers. And it's really a good way to have a real clear understanding of what obstacles we're not seeing and how we can help them be as successful as possible. The next one can be controversial, I can assure you. However, I'd like to approach this one a little bit differently and not call it a pilot program. We would like to try some things. There are some new techniques with pretreatment and some chemical de-icers. We are not, as a city, set up to provide any chemical de-icer program. We do not have the equipment at this time, nor the product. But we have some ideas, and we'd like to try some things. I think in the fall we can talk a little bit more about what those will look like. But in all honesty, sometimes our best work is brought up by our operators and our technicians, and we want to try a few things, but fall short of calling it a pilot program, and that would be this season. Coordination with DBA is very critical. Same with our business owners. Best practices, code compliance, our police department, and Park Flag. The clean team has stepped in this season. We'd like to focus volunteer efforts. We heard last week about the Snow Heroes program, which I believe was also referred to as the Snow Angels program. Initially discussed for only snow berms, we've kind of taken that one step further. What if we utilized them in areas that we need some more assistance? So we might have to grow that program over time, but I think we'd like to at least talk about where those volunteer efforts might be best used. How can we engage Discover Flagstaff? How can we get the United Way groups involved? How can we get the school groups involved? We can brainstorm on that and really try to beef up their numbers as best as possible to get that support that we're looking for. And then, of course, we've spoke about this a number of times, and you know I'm big on this, but it's improved communications and cooperations among operators will be key. That timing piece, as Rebecca mentioned, is really critical. If they go through and plow through all the alleys and then the streets team just buries all the alleys, we have to coordinate that discussion and that effort as best as possible, and that's not always easy to do. In the midterm, probably a little bit further out, but certainly worthy of discussion, and they're not pie-in-the-sky ideas. We think there are some roof line gutter improvements that we could encourage, guide, and try to work through. We know we have a lot of private business owners. There's a couple big ones that come to mind. If we could just work on some simple drainage and some roof gutters, work with our business owners when they're shoveling roofs to not put it in the alleys, how can we have that conversation and maybe make some improvements on those roof lines? We would be open to that, and we'd like to provide any assistance or support to those private owners if possible. I think our streets team is recognized, and we certainly know that we have some pavement surface improvements we can work on. It is always a stretch to find HERF funding that's available for roadway repair. We stretch every dollar as possible on every piece of infrastructure every year. But walking these alleys and understanding the infrastructure, it is not easy to sweep or to maintain when you have undulating sidewalks, or pavements. So looking at how we look at those surface treatments, whether it's block by block or maybe the most pedestrian frequented, we need to work through that with our engineering teams. This is something that Director Beckett works on often, plow and sweeper advancements, reading the trade journals, understanding the way things are working. We've seen a lot of new, smaller, micro type equipment. We'd like to keep investigating that and figuring out how we can put those into our fleet to assist us in these downtown cores. One of the great examples that I believe was brought up last week was just sweeping out those little tiny radiuses on the inside of the parking stalls. Right now it's done with a hand weed blower in the middle of the night with a large street sweeper supporting the effort. Is there a mechanical device that might be better suited that we just don't have yet? So how do we start to implement those micro tools if possible? But again, a little longer term as we get resources devoted to them. One thing that I think I'd like to try to work on is developing a specific operations plan. We have a citywide snow operations manual. I think it's time we put a small chapter in there that only speaks to downtown operations, and I think this would solidify all the communication, all the efforts, and all the planning. So we certainly can put that on paper, and then of course it's important that we execute that plan if it is drafted and done in a positive manner. And then one of the items that we considered was, could we investigate contracting services? So we have a lot of private plow operators in the community, whether it's private parking lots or apartment buildings. Some of them cross our alleys, or they do an apartment complex adjacent. What would it look like if we had them also provide service down a public right-of-way? We'd like to explore this and understand it. We certainly know there's a cost implication here, but would our level of service increase, and is it a likely viable option? And then in the longer term, and these are a little more aspirational, I would say, but still likely at least a good discussion. We've talked about kind of designating some pedestrian corridors, We see it when we close the mid-block at Aspen in the spring and summer months for just pedestrian activation like it is today. What would that look like in the winter months? If we had to hand shovel it, what would that look like? Is there a difference? Is it acceptable? We'd want to weigh the pros and cons. There have been some community conversations, and I wanted to be fair to bring it up, about covered walkways. Those are much more difficult with drainage and rooftops, but it will come up from time to time, and I know a number of private citizens have asked us about this from meeting to meeting. What would a dedicated hand crew look like? If we didn't have volunteers, could we establish smaller equipment, those micro operations, and are we ready for a hand crew? And that might not only be snow ops, but it clearly would be rolled right into sweeping and spring cleanup, graffiti abatement, all the things that we see are needs across the community. In the springtime, we have lots of vegetation work, and we may have to move in a direction where we have a dedicated hand crew that works even citywide, but a lot of focus downtown probably. If some of our trials are somewhat well received and we see some good success, I think the next step is for us to formalize those. We will have to do some study work where we have to really understand what it's going to cost, how do we support the operation, what is your best practice, how do we implement it, what's the recommendation. So if some of those trials pan out, you're going to see us come back and try to suggest how we would study some of those. And then one that's really not very practical, and I'm not going to advise it, would be how do you fix drainage and stormwater? But it's probably not real likely with as many utility conflicts in the area. So we'd like to try everything before we head down that road. So this is the last slide, and then we're going to open it up for all your dialogue, and we welcome that this evening. But at the end of the day, it's about communication, it's about good coordination, and we're hopeful that those watching and those that work with us on a day-to-day basis understand that we want to attack this problem. We want to try to come to the table with some better performing operations and try to continue to improve the way we do business in the downtown core as we do citywide. Staffing, equipment dedication, and training is essential. We can buy all the cool tools and train up people, but it all takes time and attention. And then community coordination. We want to have timely response. We want to have good participation, but I will not sugarcoat it. It will take all of us as a community to really step it up and get this a little bit more under control, if that's how we want to say it. So it's not all on city staff. I think it's a shared responsibility of the business community and our community working as a whole to try to make a better pedestrian and driving environment in the downtown core. And with that, we're going to leave you with one really cool picture of a deer and then a happy snowman. So again, happy to take all your questions, and we'll yield those and field them as you come up with them.
Thank you. Council? Councilmember Matthews?
Thank you, Mayor. Scott, and you've mentioned it in your presentation, but we have issues with our residential areas, but then there's the downtown where everybody still goes to during the winter months when they can. So is part of that, and you did kind of mention it, but working with the DBA, I know they have their own self-tax, and they want to do more, and they want more collaboration with the city. I made comments to citizens last year to say, just in my guesstimation, that it's hard to staff for a big winter storm, and then we don't have one for 2 years, and that burden, that cost, and actually having employees year-round to then address those events when they happen. So, I'd really like to see more collaboration and partnership with the DBA to where we could come to some agreement where they kind of take over that responsibility of the alleys and other things through their network, and we help self-fund, or we help fund that. It's just more of a comment than a question, I guess.
Yeah, I'll yield to Rebecca here as well. I think the DBA is clearly a big partner. Their taxing district, the city is a participant in that taxing district. How those funds are allocated and the role and responsibilities of DBA, I think is really one of those cooperator type meetings that's good for follow-up and it's good for discussion. We've seen the clean team kind of be stood up. How do we kind of keep advancing that conversation? And I think it is a good one. And I understand your comments about not necessarily wanting to staff up for a winter event and wait. I think what we've always envisioned is there is always work to be done. So whether it's litter cleanup or graffiti abatement or vegetation cleanup, sweeping, even in the time between storms, we know there's maintenance work. So I think developing a good work program, and it would roll right into whether it was our work crew or a DBA work crew, it would probably be best suited in maybe that downtown visioning plan or in our downtown operations plan. But how do we assign and make certain that tasks are well understood? So point well taken, and I think that those are spot on in how we develop a work program that makes sense for all.
If I could just add, I do want to take some time to recognize our partnerships and the work that they do. We work very closely with DBA and the Clean Team. I mentioned the furnishings. Honestly, they do a lot of those before we have a chance to get to them because we have other priorities, especially in parks. First, Park Flag also is a huge partner in snow operations. Those new gazebos that we put in Heritage Square to encourage outdoor dining during the pandemic, and now they're a fixed fixture, right? Like they're going to stay because they're awesome. But those have to be cleared of, the roofs have to be cleared of snow fairly quickly before it piles up. Park Flag is a great partner in getting out there in the morning and helping us get those clear so that we can focus on the rest of the squares. So I wanted to make sure that we give them the credit that is due. They are great partners, but it's the smaller operations, more the hand operations. And I hear your suggestion that maybe we can ramp up those efforts, and I will love to have those conversations with them. But I wanted to make sure that we all understand what they already do to help us.
And I do understand that. And I think that because we have so many streets and alleys and areas and stuff, and I can't tell you how many times I saw Councilmember Sweet posting appreciation for property, other business owners in that little sleeve, having hand shovel everything. So, clearly I'm not saying, well, parks and streets aren't doing their job. It's just they've got a big job. So sometimes when you've got a sub group like DBA that's all they care about is downtown, they can get to things quicker and have more resources. And so I don't want to discount that. I think to Scott's point of having more hand crews and stuff is essential too, but at the same time having a group that just their full concern is downtown can get to those little areas that are just not going to be top priority when you've got all the miles that we have for streets and alleys and driveways and parking lots and everything. So
yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I just want to thank you all for the conversation tonight and the years that I've watched you out there working hard. I'm in it too, and I see how hard you work, and I appreciate it. So my comments are just comments. I am a small business owner right in the heart of downtown. And they're in no particular order. I just kind of went random. So the Aspen Alley area and all of the alleys, I guess, I'm seeing there are obstacles, and I'm not denying that. And I'm glad that we're finally saying, yes, there are obstacles, and how do we get past those? So thank you for your suggestions and the future conversations we're going to be having. We talk a lot about activating the alleys, and where I struggle is that, you know, in the summer, we're telling people, go down the alleyways. This is great. We have art. We have art walk that have artists like doing live things in the alleys. And then in the winter, we're saying you can't walk down the alley because it is very dangerous. And it's a mixed message. So I think if we could get on the same page all year round, it would help those that are using the alleys and would like to continue to do that. And I really do appreciate you presenting on the shorter, midterm, and longer term ideas. I think that's great, and I agree with all of it. And I'm so glad that we're bringing those points up, and look forward to expanding on that after tonight. And I love the idea of the volunteer efforts and getting the community involved and the business owners involved. In my courtyard, we have no choice but to hand shovel and to make sure that we're on top of it. However, I do see other businesses that I think take the day off when it snows, and they don't realize that to get from point A to point B, if they're not shoveling, a person can't get to the point A and point B. So having those reminders, talking to the business community, having a presence at the DBA meetings before winter happens. And I think I've seen you all there talking before, but maybe really honing in on that would be helpful. And improving the communication, however we need to do it, I think definitely is key. And Scott, you brought that up, so thank you. Let's see. The snow agent, the melting agent, I would like to look more into that. What I see in the alleys is the freeze thaw definitely is an issue, and if we can get on top of that before the storm, and after and during the storm, getting somehow equipment in there to get the slush out before it refreezes. That's where I see the problem, at least in the alleyways near my business. And I know that's hard and it might be impossible, but I'd like to bring that up. And then I'm just wondering, you know, what do other cities do that have alleys in their downtown and snow and slush, and how do they remove it? What best practices are they doing? And if we need to redo the alley surfaces to make it better, I would like to have that conversation, not tonight, but in the future. And I don't know if that is one of our main solutions, but in the alleys that I see, I can see where resurfacing might help. I'm not positive. And talking to the businesses that have the drainage going into the alleys and letting them know, hey, when you shovel and you're putting it all into the alleyway, guess what? It's going to freeze and cause more of a problem. My guess is that a lot of businesses aren't even thinking about that. And I think those are my comments. And again, I just want to thank you. I know how hard you all work. And the community knows that. Our downtown knows that. These are great conversations to have. So thank you.
No, thank you.
Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. I have some concerns about using de-icers because, you know, they can basically poison plant life. They attack concrete. They attack metal. So, you know, on the short term, they make a lot of sense, but long term, if you destroy your infrastructure, that could be counterproductive. Just something to think about. Thank you.
Additional questions or comments? Thank you, Rebecca and Scott.
You're welcome. We, on behalf of the entire teams, we appreciate the time you spent with it in the last 2 weeks. We know it's been a little bit of a haul. We're off season clearly, but you know, I think we've had some good feedback. We've had some good suggestions. We've been able to present a few things. It makes us think through things, but thanks for your attention to it. Thanks for your time and your comments, and we'll be back in the fall.
Thanks.
Thank
All right.
you.
Moving down to 13B, Flagstaff Police Department policy on human exploitation and trafficking.
Greg, did you want to do any introductory comments before we get started?
Thank you. Yes, I would. Off script. Thank you, Shannon. Thank you, Mayor and Council. In part for benefit of the newly elected officials from last November, and also in part just reminding us all about some of the history underlying this. We are coming back to Council on a matter that has been at the dais a few times, stemming from some discussion last summer, which in turn stemmed from some procedures years ago. The topic is human trafficking and exploitation. Last summer, the topic came about in a peripheral way because of the discussion related to the massage parlor operations in 2019. But really that touches on a bigger topic, and that's what we're addressing tonight, and that is, what can we do to improve our policies internally? What can we do to make sure our staff is well-trained on human trafficking and how to recognize it, and a myriad of other related topics. Much has occurred over the past year, and it's been a year. We had a consultant procured who took a look at some of our internal policies, came up with some suggestions. We reported back to Council at that time. That was in the fall. Since that time, we have been endeavoring to put together some policies, looking at many other municipalities around, both in and outside of Arizona. And we have vetted these policy discussions with interest groups from our community. The other thing that has happened, and Shannon's going to touch on this in detail, I'm just providing high-level overview here. We have endeavored to have the City of Flagstaff organization certified as a CEASE city. The acronym stands for Cities Empowered Against Sexual Exploitation. That involves rigorous training, and that is underway. I want to thank Shannon in particular for her efforts on that. I want to thank Chief Musselman for his efforts in looking at these policies and procedures. What both Shannon and Chief Musselman will walk you through tonight is now the outcome of all of that. It's a bit of an overview of the policy. We cannot get into all of the details. I mean, we are talking about law enforcement procedures, but I think we can get into those to a sufficient detail to give Council some assurance that this matter has been addressed, all in the interest of bettering our operations. An editorial here is, one approach would have been to just kind of let things die down after last summer and move forward. The better approach, and which is the path that has been taken, is to take the opportunity to find out areas where we can make some improvement and put those improvements into practice. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Shannon, and let you and Chief Musselman walk Council through this. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. So this evening we're going to be talking specifically with Council about the policy on human exploitation and trafficking. Just to give a little bit of a background, because we realize some Council members may not have been with us in December when we first spoke about this. So we did a policy assessment. It was completed by LD Consulting. We reported that to Council in December 2022, along with the recommendations that were part of that assessment. The goals of this work was to evaluate and improve operations, as Greg has shared already, to promote organizational transparency to our community, and to review the information related to our vice crime enforcement. The recommendations that were included in that assessment was to revise the cross-references in our Flagstaff Police Department policy manual, to add vice and prostitution policies, which is the work we have for you this evening, and to refer to agendaq for undercover audio-visual evidence. And then lastly, one of the things that we discussed in December was that pursuit of the C-City designation. So we'll talk a little bit about where we are in that process today as well. So our policy recommendation, we began this work. The police department researched other agency policies, and this was in addition to the policies that were cited by LD Consulting in their assessment. We also then took the draft policy and shared it with the Arizona Anti-Trafficking Network and the Flagstaff Initiative Against Trafficking, which we fondly know as FIAT. Chief Musselman and myself sat down with their teams, walked through the policy together, and went through the areas where they had recommendations to talk about what we add and what it looks like. The creation of the Human Exploitation and Trafficking Policy, we refer to it as HEAT for short, it establishes guidelines to conduct investigations. These investigations would be related to prostitution, human trafficking, public sexual activity offenses, as well as other criminal activity involving massage parlors and escort services. All of these are defined within that policy as well. That allows us to create a common understanding of what these mean as we are looking and utilizing this policy. It also identifies qualifications for personnel assigned to the HEAT investigations. So the policy creates that common understanding, who's going to be selected to do this work. It also requires the police chief to approve any HEAT investigations and notification to the city manager's office prior to that investigation taking place. It also limits covert or undercover investigations where other investigative tools would not be successful. So we're only using it in those cases where we must. To continue on with our policy creation, it also requires an operational plan to be created and approved by the chain of command. These operational plans ensure that the HEAT operation has a safe and effective guideline to work within, and it also minimizes the risk to the public and to our law enforcement personnel. The policy then goes over things that the undercover members would not engage in, such as criminal offense to hide that he or she is a law enforcement officer, to disrobe during an investigation, and to engage in any type of sexual activity. This next section talks about what the undercover members will do. They're going to confirm that they're comfortable with the operational plan before being assigned to the operation. If they have any concerns, that would be discussed at this point in time. They would disengage immediately from any unsolicited touching of a sexual nature. They would also interview those involved to see if there's anyone involved that could be part of a human trafficking as a victim. If there is, they would request advocates on site so they could assist with those human trafficking victims. And then lastly would be to enter evidence within 24 hours of coming into their possession. We thought this was important because an investigation can take an extended period of time, but we want to be sure that evidence as it's coming in is being logged into the system. So that's our policy in a nutshell. The last piece that I wanted to cover with you today is how we're doing on our CEASE designation. We actually kicked off this training citywide on April 7th. This designation requires that at least 75% of our city employees are trained. The training currently has 3 components. 2 are about 12 minutes, the third is about 8 minutes. And then the employee is required to take an exam at the end of completing the training so that we're making sure that they're understanding what it is they're learning through that online platform. In addition to this online training, there's also in-person training that's been completed by our police and fire personnel. These are really created specific to the type of work that these employees do to help them when they find themselves in situations out in the field, how they might be able to identify human trafficking situations. I've recently learned that our court personnel are also going to be participating in an in-person component on human trafficking. So that's a great addition to what we're already doing. So our online training for city staff, about 8 weeks into that training, we had 225 people trained. So we're moving along at a good pace. We anticipated it'll take us about 6 months. And so as we continue to move along, we'll continue to encourage folks to please engage in that training as quickly as they can. The more that we know, the better off we're going to be as an advocate and understanding of what human trafficking is. So that is the end of our presentation. I know it was brief, but hopefully it's enough information to help you understand the things that we're doing moving forward. We'd love to answer any questions that you might have. Chief Musselman, our subject matter expert, is here as well.
Thank you, Shannon. Hello, Chief. Good evening. Did you have anything to add before I ask them if they have any questions?
No, Mayor and Council, I'm just here to help answer questions.
Okay. Council, do you have questions, comments? Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief. I've heard various discussions on this over the last couple of years. I think I know what human trafficking is, but it's never been defined to us. So why don't one of you define it to us, and I'll see if that's consistent with what I thought it is. I could try to say what I think it is, but it probably makes more sense to have you say it.
So yes, I'll give it to you straight out of the policy. Human trafficking is a crime that involves compelling, defrauding, or coercing a person to provide labor or services or engage in commercial sex acts. The coercion can be subtle or overt, physical or psychological. An exploitation of a minor for commercial sex is human trafficking, regardless of whether any form of force, fraud, or coercion is used. A minor cannot be considered a prostitute or be prostituting themselves. So the most common, what we'll see, or what we have seen in Flagstaff is, I actually discussed a case with our detectives a couple weeks ago about labor trafficking, and what it was an undocumented individual. Well, several undocumented individuals were hired by a gentleman to do work for his construction company. He went so far as to buy an apartment where they could all live. And as they worked, he docked their pay from their paychecks. Well, according to this individual, they basically never got paid. They were forced to work, forced to live. And when they started making a stink about it, he locked them out of the apartment. So they turned to the police. Unfortunately, they waited a long time, and the person has already left our community. But that's an example of labor trafficking we've dealt with here relatively recent.
Right, that makes sense. Thank you.
Sure.
Additional questions, comments? Can you walk us through what the in-person training for police and fire personnel looks like?
Yes, Mayor and Council. So what we did is we asked Kate Wyatt with the Flagstaff Initiative Against Trafficking. She came in, and poor gal, she hit all of our squads, so even our graveyard squads, our early morning squads, and she did a 30-minute in-service on some of the factors to look for, some of the indicators of human trafficking. And I won't go into all those. And then Michelle Rucker with the Arizona Anti-Trafficking Network came in a couple months later and did a much more in-depth training. It was about an hour long. And I was able to sit in, and they went through a lot more of the indicators, numbers you could call, other things to look for, and resources they can help provide trafficking victims.
And the second longer training, was that given to all police and fire personnel?
I don't know about fire specifically, but she hit every police squad at the police department as well as our detectives.
It is the same training for fire as well. They just separately coordinated their times.
Wonderful, thank you. All right, it looks like there are no additional questions. All right, moving down to item number 14, public participation. We have Stephen Gerard Sidlowski. Hello.
Kevin, hi.
Beloved Flagstaff Mayor, City Council, and citizens, I am lay brother Stephen Gerard Sedlowski, and I'm visiting your wonderful city for maybe even the third time now. And I'm delighted to let all of you know that while I'm in your city, I most recently attended the Arizona March for Life in February of this year. I was also able to visit the League of Cities. They were very hospitable and provided me quite wonderful information on Arizona. While I'm here doing various work capacities, I've set some goals for myself. I hope to review your city charter. I hope to look at the city charter from the perspective of public safety, where even fetal personhood will become under the umbrella of that public safety. While I'm here, I hope to randomly select 2 of you city council members, and hopefully your schedule will allow me to sit down and interview you. I hope to interview 5 established community leaders that are well known in your wonderful city of Flagstaff. I hope to interview 23 church leaders, and hopefully 10 of them will be randomly selected. I'm aware with my research you already have about 100 churches in the city of Flagstaff. My goal during that time with your church leaders is to generate interest in a future interfaith coalition of covenant churches, okay? I hope to also interview maybe 125 wonderful citizens right here in the city of Flagstaff, and hopefully that'll be random also. Eventually, I would like to provide a Personhood Life Peace Zone education series that probably won't happen until about 2024, okay? I'm going to be here at least until July 13th, so I hope to accomplish many of these goals. I'm a Franciscan lay brother. I'm kind of an outsider looking in, bringing in unbiased perspectives and sensibility without pretense, if you will. And some of my experience is adjunct instructor, experienced petitioner, director of marketing, customer service, technical supervisor, former commissioned officer and enlisted with honorable discharges, conservation officer, sidewalk counselor, student for life, and a little more. If you have time after the council meeting and you'd like to take a picture, I'm sorry I don't have it for you. You can take a picture of a little flyer that I hand out to everybody. And I'd like to just close with a song, if I may.
You have 3 seconds.
Well, in that case, God bless you. Jesus loves you all. And the joy of the Spirit of God is love for his creation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving down to item number 15, informational items from mayor, council, and staff, and future agenda item requests. Let's start with, I'm going to start online with Council Member House.
Thank you, Mayor. Briefly, it was a very beautiful Juneteenth weekend and Pride Parade and celebration. I want to acknowledge that I was unable to join in Pride events this year, but I know how important it is to our community, and I hope to be able to engage more next year and in other events throughout the year. Last week, I was honored to read the Two-Spirit Day proclamation at the Health Choice Tribal Program's second annual Two-Spirit LGBTQ Health Matters Conference. The keynote presenter was Randy Burns, who was one of the co-founders of the organization Gay American Indians, which is the first organization for 2 LGBTQ Native Americans in the country. And yesterday, I had the privilege of attending a fireside chat with Professor Ilyasa Shabazz and Dr. Bernice King, the doctors of Malcolm X and Betty Shabazz, and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Coretta Scott King. And I truly don't have words to express what it meant to be just in their presence and hear them both speak. But I'm so grateful to the Beyond Juneteenth team at the University of Arizona for bringing them to Arizona and giving those of us in attendance the honor of experiencing their wisdom and their legacies. They spent a lot of time speaking about the importance of education and access, equitable access to education, knowledge of history, and just general information for our young people. And that's something that I hope that we continue to bring to the forefront for our community as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sweet.
Nothing tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Nothing tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Matthews.
Nothing tonight, thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
Well, I do have something tonight. It's unusual. I just want to take this time to really thank the city staff for all their support and assistance with the planning and the implementation of Juneteenth. The Saturday event was really nice. Everyone had a great time. Our attendance was a little low because I think because we moved the event to on campus because we thought our yard was going to be all torn up. But hopefully next year we'll be back in our normal spot. I want to give special thanks to Chief Musselman and our fire chief. They sent their squads out and they were the hit of the event. And so they did lots of fun stuff with not only the kids, but the grown-ups was like crazy. So you should do that again. And so I just want to say thank you because everyone worked really hard to make sure that this happened. And so I just want to say thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Is Vice Mayor still online?
Mayor, he is not.
Okay, thank you. Staff, I'm hoping that we can schedule after break a longer conversation about the Youth Poet Laureate, and maybe we can combine it with Councilmember House's request fair item on a poet, an adult poet laureate, and also at some point before the end of the fiscal year, having a conversation about our initiative funds and how we might want to, the parameters that we want to put around it and how we'd like to spend it.
A clarification, if I may, Mayor, are you thinking the end of the coming fiscal year or between now and July?
The next fiscal year.
Yes. Took note of that. Councilmember McCarthy made some comments on that. It is a fund that was designed for council, and if there are changes you would like to see in the parameter, we're at your pleasure on that. So we will be sure to have that discussion.
Wonderful. And I see the poet laureate being something that's maybe more pressing than those expenditures. Mm-hmm. And that's all that I have. Do you have anything, City Manager?
No, you covered a lot of ground today. We're grateful. We know it was a hefty agenda volume-wise, so thank you for getting us through the many, many agenda items.
Great discussions. I'm happy that we had them. Okay, so we are adjourned.